2, 1. Go.
Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you to our ACF committee meeting. I'm Senator Jim Dill, and we have a lot to do today. We've got, I think, let's see, 5 or so work sessions, a work session on the budget, and then this afternoon we got 3 public hearings. So we will be here for a while, so I won't waste any further time. I will go right into introductions. So Senator Black.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Black, representing Senate District 17, which is all of Franklin County and 4 towns in Kennebec County.
Representative Bernard.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden.
Representative Hall.
Yes, good morning. Representative Randy Hall, representing District 114, Chesterville, Wilton, Temple, Strong, New Vineyard, and Industry.
Representative Schofield.
Good morning, Senator Dill. Good morning, everyone. My name's Tom Schofield, and I represent House District 112, 17 towns and townships in Franklin and Somerset counties, the High Peaks region of Maine. Good morning.
Representative Osher.
Good morning. I'm Representative Lori Osher, District 123, which is the majority of Orono. A pleasure to see you all.
Let's see, bouncing around here on my screen. Representative Landry.
Good morning, Representative Scott Landry. I represent the towns of Farmington, New Sharon, District 113.
Senator Maxman.
Hi, I'm Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County, except for Dresden, plus Washington and Windsor.
House Chair O'Neill.
Morning. My name's Maggie O'Neill, and I'm here representing House District 15, which is in Saco.
Representative Underwood.
Yes, this is Representative Underwood from Presque Isle, District 147. Good morning.
And Representative Pluker.
Good morning. Sorry for the lack of decorum. I'm in bed with a bad back today. House District 95, Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union. I'll keep the video off most of the day. Thank you.
Just remember to put it on when we have to vote.
I will.
Yep, thank you. And Representative Gifford.
Yes, I'm Representative Gifford. I represent District 142, and I'm glad to be here this morning.
All right, and I'm Jim Dill. I represent Senate District number 5, which is Northern Penobscot County. And we have our clerk today, Cheryl McGowan. And Cheryl runs the whole board here and keeps moving around on me here this morning to keep me on my toes. And our analyst is Karen Netto, and Karen takes all the notes so that when we come back to our work sessions like we are right now, she kind of keeps us in line on work sessions. So with that, as I mentioned, it is a work session today. Please unmute yourself when you go to speak. If you want someone to join us to answer some questions, please let us know and the chairs know, and we'll have Cheryl let them in. And with that, we will begin our work session this morning. And the first one on our list is LD 155. Resolve directing the Board of Pesticides Control to prohibit the use of certain neonics for outdoor residential use. And Karen, back to you.
Thank you, Senator Dill. So this needs to be taken off the table.
Yep. So can I have a motion to take this off the table, someone? Moved by Scott Landry. Is there a second? Representative O'Neill. It's been moved and seconded. It's off the table.
Okay, so the reason why we're doing this one first is I believe Megan Patterson, director of the Board of Pesticides Control, has a scheduling conflict later this morning. So Cheryl, if you could let her in, and or at least have her readily available. And I think Representative Grochowski is also in the attendees list. But the way the committee left it, there were sort of 2 amendments that were presented, one offered by Representative Grochowski and one offered by Senator Black. And since the last work session on Tuesday, I haven't worked on Senator Black's amendment, but Representative Grochowski did get in touch with me to work on hers. So I did post that on the committee webpage. It's essentially what we had talked about last week, which is her amendment to her bill adds to the list of products specifically exempt from the prohibition in the bill is products controlling or treating insects outside, around structural foundations and other parts of structures. And this is to address concerns of particular groups, New England Pest Management Association, Household and Commercial Products Association, and the American Chemistry Council. And then the other amendment, and I believe, I'm not sure, this was not in Senator Black's, but the other amendment requires the board to allow the use of any product containing those 4 neonics named in the bill. So the board shall allow the use of those by certified applicators on ornamental vegetation to manage emerging invasive insect pests, including but not limited to the Asian longhorn beetle, the emerald ash borer, and the hemlock woolly adelgid, in order to safeguard the public health, safety, and welfare of the state, and to protect natural resources of the state. And then Senator Black's amendment, which I haven't worked on, or it wasn't asked to work on, but essentially the flavor of that amendment was to change those certain neonics to restricted use classification. So those were sort of the 2 proposals that you had before you last Tuesday.
Thank you, Karen. Are there questions for Karen? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Karen, could you please, I heard you say something about American Chemical Institute or something like that, I think regarding the First Amendment. Were you talking about someone supporting it or offering feedback on it?
Yeah, so this was, I think, part of the sponsor's testimony that to address the concerns of those groups, the New England Pest Management Association, the Household and Commercial Products Association, and the American Chemistry Council, that she added an exemption for those products controlling or treating insects outside of foundations and other, so outside of structural foundations and other parts of structures.
Okay, thank you. So it was, they had a concern and that foundation was to address it. Okay, thanks. I just had to catch up.
Are there other questions for Karen? All right, seeing none, I see Megan Patterson. Good morning, Megan. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Good morning. I'm Megan Patterson. I'm the Director of the Board of Pesticides Control.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you.
You have 2 proposals here. My only question to you is one more difficult to institute than the other? One is sounds like it's prohibiting some uses and some is restricting those same uses, from what I just heard Karen say. From a board standpoint, enforcement, management, etc., are they pretty equal?
So they aren't, but that isn't to say they aren't both possible. I guess it's, restriction of the neonics is in rule, it would be cleaner. And so if you just said these are restricted use, the clean cut is between homeowners and unlicensed individuals having access to them. They would not. Only licensed applicators would have access to them. With regard to specific exemptions from the prohibition, from the restriction, so both are essentially proposing that these products be restricted use. what Representative Grahowski's bill is also proposing is that there is an additional limitation on commercial applicators. And so we would handle that in, I think you've seen this chapter 41 of our rules. It would be an additional prohibition. The place where some of these things get a little muddy is when we try to regulate to the pest. And so that's something some states do. New York State, for example, regulates to the pest. They say that you can only use a pesticide where you're using it on the specific pest listed on the label. That's a step above and beyond what FIFA requires. And frankly, it becomes a little tricky to enforce, only because someone could say, well, I was using it for that pest. It's no longer there. I dealt with it. So that can be a little bit of a problem when if this were to be challenged, if someone's use were to be challenged in some way, if they tried to defend it by saying, yes, I treated it for this pest, when in fact they were treating for a different one. That said, we do have some language and rule around brown-tail moth. And it is actually the only species that we regulate very specifically in rule when applications are made for its control. So we do have language where we have attempted to regulate pesticide applications to the pests being controlled.
Thank you. Are there other questions for Ms. Patterson? Yes, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for what you just gave us. I'm trying to follow what you were saying about the issue of somebody lying about the reason that they're applying something. And I think if I'm following, it's kind of like a professional responsibility issue. And if someone wants to go beyond what's legal or permitted, they'd be doing that at their discretion, which is not responsible professionally or ethical. But yeah, I don't know. Just can you talk about because I'm hearing the concern, but I think
I mean, so
every profession has boundaries that you don't cross. So.
Yeah, so it sort of is, we sort of always talk about being the thought police, right? And so we're trying to be really careful that we're not moving in that direction. But yeah, so brown-tail moth is the perfect example because it's already in rule and it's something that we have attempted to regulate. So there, potentially someone could be controlling for something other than brown-tail moth when they're making applications within a certain distance from water. So there are very specific prohibitions around what you can use to control brown-tail moth within certain proximity to marine waters in the state of Maine. So I guess, potentially you could also be controlling for something else. But you're right, it is a matter of, I guess, professional honesty that they would just be controlling for brown-tail moth. It could be problematic if we tried to pursue an enforcement action where someone complained that, in fact, they were, I don't know, controlling for emerald ash borer. They stated that an applicator stated they were controlling for emerald ash borer, but in fact they were controlling for a different, non-invasive insect pest, for example. So, it is, if we needed to pursue it, it could be problematic if somebody filed a complaint that, was alleging there was misconduct, I guess, misuse.
Okay, so the rule itself would be clear. It's more an evidence problem if you were to try to enforce, but it would be that person's choice to do the wrong thing if they were.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
And that also assumes that the identification of the pest is correct to begin with, too.
Yeah, and I will say, I'll just add to that, anytime we're talking about species, and that's kind of where we get a little uncomfortable when thinking about trying to enforce specific requirements for record keeping or prohibitions from use. Anytime we start to try to nail it down to the very specific species being controlled, that can be a little problematic. For example, and I think this is apt for the moment, the flu versus COVID. If you're doing disinfection work, how does someone prove that they're controlling one versus the other when they're wiping down surfaces, for example? They wouldn't be able to. They'd be able to say we're disinfecting for human health reasons. They could, I suppose, swab and then try to culture and so forth. But imagine every facility that you've gone into that's using disinfectants trying to do that. It just isn't practical.
Senator Black, did I see your hand? You're on mute.
Yes, I just, from the board standpoint, it's much easier to regulate. We're moving to restrictive use. Is that right, Megan?
Yeah, so I would say, so, just sort of that clean cut of restricted versus not restricted. Yes, that is an easier language to put into rule. It's very straightforward. It's easier to enforce because, making the products restricted, solely restricted, and then not making any allowances to that restriction would mean that we wouldn't have to worry about trying to figure out what products were on the shelf and available to the general public. It also means that, with regard to especially even the homeowner use products that are meant for those interior spaces. So just making them restricted use would clarify that. I guess I guess I will still say there is still language in rule that has in other instances allowed, further restriction to the past or further allowance to the past. So we have done it, but in terms of enforcement, yes, it's easier if it's just restricted use.
A follow-up?
Yes, sir.
Megan, it just seems to me, and because I'm not, I'm just a layman, but it just seems real confusing and real complicated the other way.
It could be, yeah. So I can tell you, anytime we start getting into any sort of nuance in rule, it does get tricky. I think some of you have experience with our notification registry, and there are several nuances there in terms of types of notification you can seek, and that does become, anytime you have multiple options or multiple approaches or sort of exemptions from sort of a set standard, it does get tricky for the public to understand. Does require us to do education, which we don't mind doing, and we don't mind taking that time to walk people through the regulations either. So,
Are there other questions for Megan? Representative Landry.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Megan, back to basics on neonics.
Sure.
Agricultural use versus personal use. Are there allowances for agricultural use going to be left?
Yeah.
And,
sorry.
Go ahead. And as to dosage, dosage levels for either.
So with either way you went with either of these two options, all agricultural uses would still be available. So either of these two approaches to sort of restriction of use will not impact agriculture. They're meant to be for, at least that's my understanding, they're meant to be for ornamental outdoor use at residential properties. So ornamental to include turf in this case. So it wouldn't impact agriculture. In terms of dosage, I guess, could you provide a little more clarification?
What is the level of the toxicity level allowed for agricultural versus recommended for home and garden personal?
Yeah, so I guess it's sort of a product by product basis. So you'd have to look at each product label. They each have different rates and different application sites and different crops and different functions, right? So some products would be labeled, for example, for golf courses and so forth, and others would be labeled specifically for agricultural commodities like potatoes. And so I guess I can speak from my own personal experience thinking about potato agriculture, where in-furrow use happens once in a year at the start of the growing season. And then, there would likely be no further applications over the top of the crop. When it comes to residential use, generally speaking, there are more potential uses. It could be used for turf and grub control. They could be used for the ornamental vegetation and controlling invasive insect species. You just have sort of this microcosm of a variety of plants that could be controlled or managed with these chemistries. That's a little bit different than potentially commercial agriculture would be. So in terms of relative toxicity, I guess it would be, toxicity is risk times exposure. It's the equation that we use when we think about risk, we think about toxicity times exposure. And so you'd have to think about the specific potential of somebody to come into contact with that chemistry. If it's applied in furrow in a potato, field, the potential for someone to come into contact with it, right? Their exposure is going to be pretty low, and so their risk is lower. In a residential setting, you know, potentially someone could come into contact with that chemistry. Now, all pesticides come with re-entry intervals. Sometimes it's 0 hours, sometimes it's longer. And those are all calculated to reduce potential exposure so that somebody is not going into a place where that pesticide has been applied and potentially coming in contact with wet residue that could then, you know, they could become exposed to. So it's not a straightforward answer, but risk is not a straightforward, you know, you can't say there's a higher risk here and there's a lower risk there. You have to take into consideration all of the potential variables in each situation.
Thank you very much.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm juggling windows on my little computer. Okay, so just to make sure that that I'm following this, we're talking about just residential use. It's more, you know, it's complicated, but just generally more can be applied for residential use than for agricultural use.
Potentially, it would depend on the products, I guess. And I think it's also the case that with homeowners, because there's no, we don't have a connection to homeowners, right? We don't have a license.
Measure it, yeah.
Right, so they could potentially, you know, pick and choose products from the store shelf, and we would be none the wiser. They still are obligated to comply with the label. So the label is federal and state law that pertains to everybody, you know, you and me and anybody who's not licensed. So if you violate that label and, you know, we were to find out because of a complaint, then they still would be, the homeowner still would be at fault for having violated the label, for having misused the product. So it's trickier to use, though.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I thought, did it have to do with amount, like limitations on amount that could be applied? I'm just trying to remember back.
For these bills or for
substances?
I guess I'm not sure.
The ag versus residence.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so generally speaking, I guess when we're looking at pesticide labels, and again, you have to look at each product to really have a sense of how much could be used. It's going to be different for every product. But it generally has to do with the fact that the homeowner could potentially be using more applications over more areas on their property. Now, I will say that when it comes to most of the products that you're going to see on the shelf in the, you know, Home Depot or Lowe's or any other big box store that's marketing to homeowners, you're going to see generally diluted products that are ready to use. They don't tend to be the same sorts of concentrates that are available to agricultural producers. So it's an attempt to try to take, well, one, the guesswork of mixing in, producing a mixate of that pesticide for application. It takes the risk out of that mixing process. And it also is meant to sort of make sure that the right amount is being applied as opposed to too much. Still, mistakes can be made, so we recognize that.
Okay. I think what I was trying to remember and what I did find in my notes was that, and I'm going to absolutely butcher this word, but imidacloprid can be applied, like versus an ag setting. Licensed applicators can apply like 25 to 35 times the amount that they could in an ag setting. I have that from the public hearing.
Yeah, I'd have to look. I guess again, it would be specific to the product. It could be in that. It could be in the.
I don't want to fuss over this detail. Yeah. This was meant to be a quick question because I'm just
sorry
on the structure, but I feel we've spent like more than I meant to, and I apologize for that. So my first question was, this is about residences.
It is.
Just residences. So it means no personal use, like a regular old person can't go to Home Depot and buy this product and apply it anymore. It means no professional use, just for residences. And then it has two exemptions. One is for foundations, and that was at the request of the pest management group. And then the second is for invasives, and that's kind of like what we opened up at the beginning, that was just about the invasive use. That conversation about maybe being difficult to ID, whether what kind of pest it is,
Right.
was just
Yeah.
for that exemption. But the rule is pretty clear to me that just across the board, regular or old person can't do it, professional person can't do it, just at homes. And then there are going to be these exemptions for foundations, and then for when you have some kind of invasive.
Yeah, and I guess to maybe add, I think the reason for the foundation request has to do with the board's existing rules about structural general applications. And so when we're thinking about applications to control pests in a home, in a building, that in our rule, it actually extends to sort of a perimeter around the house. So thinking about the types of pests that likely would be present in that perimeter. So if there are treatments for example, nearby carpenter ants or something like that, that could be potentially wood destroying insects or could cause damage in the house, that's what it's meant to address, is sort of that perimeter treatment to try to address those structural pests as opposed to outdoor pests that we would consider, pest complexes of the ornamental vegetation surrounding the home.
Okay, that makes sense. And then, so in the context of that slim exemption for these invasives that might pop up, you had said that it might be hard to identify, like when you're wiping a counter and you don't know if you're disinfecting for the flu or COVID. But in this case, it's not like a countertop with something invisible. It's like an insect you can see, right? So there will be evidence there. It's just maybe an evidentiary problem. Like it's hard to tell exactly what, but it's not like they're wiping a counter where they could just flat out do it without having any evidence. Like there will be something guiding, and these people are professionals who have the training to identify this stuff, correct?
Yeah, so it should be. I mean, I think, I will just say, cooperative extension, for example, has to do a lot of this outreach work. They do that assistance with pest identification. So that's always a little bit of a bear, just because, plants and insects can be very difficult to identify to a specific species. But yeah, I mean, there should be some evidence, some proof of the pest complex being present. Sometimes they can be, could have disappeared in time. That is always a little bit of a trick when it comes to pest management, is making sure that, and we think about this more so for homeowners, really, of making sure that they're aware that whatever they're treating is really a pest, is really present at the time that they're treating, because timing can be so important with pest complexes as well. Making sure you're getting the product out there when they're actually susceptible to the pesticide control. But yeah, I would say, yes, it is easier to identify something you can see rather than not, for sure.
So it's not, okay, that's really helpful. So it's not perfect.
Neil, I'm just going to interrupt for a minute and I'm going to come back to you if that's okay.
Sure.
We've got a couple more hands up.
Okay. Yeah.
Karen, you had a question or comment?
Just a comment. I just want to clarify. Representative O'Neill talked about sort of the two exemptions. Are you talking about Representative Grahowski's amendment? Because there are other products that are exempt in the original bill.
Yes, I was asking about the amendment because earlier in our conversation, we had heard from Senator Black some questions about whether one might be more complicated to comply with than another. So I just wanted to understand that that question about whether it was complicated or not, and get some more info.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. I guess I'd like to get back to basics just a little bit. And in that, I'd like to know if there's data to show how much of a problem that this is, how it exists across our state, how much of a situation that we find ourselves in that warrants us to restrict or to eliminate the ability for people to obtain and purchase and use this product. I just wonder if there's data there. It seems to me that we are that we're trying to fix a problem that may not have as much impact as some of us believe. And I'd just like to, if anybody can help me with that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Was that directed at Megan Patterson, Representative Schofield? Yes.
Yes, that would be, I guess, yeah, Megan would be the one, I guess, would be the expert. I just would like to know how much of an impact this currently has on our environment. That's basically it.
Yeah, so I guess in terms of the entirety of the environment, that's probably not something I can speak to wholesale. I can tell you that, EPA does risk evaluations of pesticides. They are required to do so every 15 years, wholesale review. They also do assessments of biological impacts, looking at invasive or endangered species, excuse me. So, these products have gone through a recent risk evaluation. So that proposed interim decision was published. There were some additional limitations placed on, and that's sort of, speaking not just to Maine, but as a whole, how these products are regulated at the federal level. And then of course we can be more restrictive at the state level. But at the federal level, there were additional prohibitions placed on, for example, imidacloprid that are proposed. Those have not been finalized yet. I do believe they should be finalized in March, is what I was told by one of the agency representatives when I contacted them recently about this. But the additional restrictions placed on imidacloprid have to do with turf and ornamental pest management for homeowners specifically. So what has been proposed thus far is that those be removed from use for that purpose. So there is some effort to try to pull back some of the uses of neonics. EPA has not provided any indication that they'll provide additional restrictions on those of the other 3 neonics that are addressed in this bill. I can also share that, in looking at just our enforcement history, we have not had any bee kills reported to the Board of Pesticides Control that we've investigated. Of course, we investigate all complaints. And I think you heard from our state apiarist about that. We work closely with Jen Lund, the state apiarist, and none of those have had to do with imidacloprid or any of the other neonics. One did appear to involve bifenthrin, but ultimately it appeared that there also were issues with hive starvation where they had not been fed. So, I guess that's the information I can provide. There has been some additional work done looking at pollinators, for example, managed hives of bumblebees. There's limited work looking at native pollinators, and I know that's a concern, not just native hymenopterans, but all of the pollinators and beneficial insects. So there are some unknowns there that I think would be important to address, but we don't have the data to be able to say definitively there's an issue or there's not an issue here in the state of Maine specifically.
And if I could just have a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
And I think I heard you say that the product that you find at the local big box store, the Lowe's or Home Depot or Aubuchon or whatever, is generally diluted, is generally a product that would not, that the consumer wouldn't be able to control. It's already diluted to the use that is specified for, which is probably considered within the safest range. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yeah, so we never say safe when it comes to pesticides, but sorry for the small correction. But yeah, so generally speaking, when it comes to homeowner products, the idea is that you're trying to reduce, or regulatory agencies like EPA are trying to reduce the overall risk for that unlicensed community. The idea being that, the mixing and loading are the 2 riskiest components of pesticide application because you can make mistakes there. And that's really more about acute exposure than application, although it is meant to address that as well. So yeah, it is the case that generally speaking, those homeowner products are going to be, they're not going to be restricted use. They don't have access to those. They're not going to be generally highly concentrated products. You will see that sometimes, but it's quite rare. In fact, people complain about not being able to get the general use pesticides that are concentrated. Generally speaking, you're paying more for those diluted products than you would have paid for the concentrate. So for folks who are aware of that, it is a complaint that we receive occasionally. Not much we can do about that. We don't control the pricing. So
yeah, I apologize for the use of the word safe. It's the only thing that come to mind, but the least problematic, I suppose it might be a better way to look at it. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Representative Landry.
Thank you, Megan. But the commercial applicator can control the dosage, and if he thinks he needs to boost it, he can boost it at his will without oversight?
No. So it's the case that every label has language about maximum application rate, or they have rate language anyway. Occasionally, you'll also see, and this is particularly true with agricultural products, you'll see a maximum rate of application per unit area. So it's meant to be indicative of, if you violate that, if you apply more per application in a single application in use is what we would say, or if you apply more during a growing season, then you would be violating the language on the label. It would be a violation of state and federal law.
Thank you. And a follow-up, Senator Dill?
Sure.
What is the half-life of these products? How quickly do they deteriorate?
Yeah, so it's different with each of these active ingredients, but neonics do exist in the environment for a considerable amount of time. I mean, that's part of how they're marketed, is to be available to control pest complexes after, for example, that single application in potatoes in furrow at the start of the growing season. They're meant to control pests throughout the continuation of the growing season. So it can be quite long. They also can be quite long-lived in woody vegetation. So that is part of the concern when thinking about certain neonics, that they can express as they break down. In particular, they can express for a considerable amount of time, thinking on the timeline of many months.
Thank you very much.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a couple questions about the first thing that I made note of was that you said we have no record of direct kills of bees, and I'm thinking back to the conversation when we had the state apiarist come, and something she talked about was, or two things she talked about were that she is in charge of managed honeybee hives and not the 267 native species. Right. And something that she did acknowledge during her conversation with us is that while there may not be a direct kill, like spray directly on the bee and the bee dies or something like that, that she acknowledged the possibility for compounded effects, like something that weakens a bee and makes it susceptible to parasites or viruses or something like that. Could you speak about that?
Yeah, so I guess, Jen is the expert on such things, so I certainly wouldn't be more informed than she is regarding such things. Yeah, it is possible that you could have exposure. Honeybees travel, right? They move throughout the environment over a long distance. So there is a potential that they could come in contact with pesticides throughout their ventures, not just neonics, but other pesticides as well. So there is a potential for exposure. I do believe, so Jen does publish each year, the apiary program more specifically publishes each year a report on bee health in Maine, and that's reported by a compilation of reports from beekeepers. So that would probably be the best source of sort of information based on that would point to the types of concerns and health impacts that Maine beekeepers experience with impacting their hives. So there, I can say that, when we've done inspections with hives, we have worked closely with Jen, and generally speaking, it's hive starvation it's generally beekeeper mismanagement that is in play when we're reporting to or we're following up on complaints that we receive regarding beehive injuries, deaths, sickness. Generally speaking, it's hive mismanagement. So
yeah, that's good to know about the managed hives, but that we also have over 260 native species.
Sure. Yeah, and I acknowledge that that is it is to some degree the unknown, right? Is the native pollinators, and specific studies looking at their overall health just aren't as abundant as those looking at managed species when it comes specifically to Maine and Maine data.
Thanks. And my other question was to confirm that in 2020, and I think this was by in areas where it was coastal. Is it correct that 4 neonics for managing brown-tail moth were removed for use? I think it was within 250 feet of the ocean or something like that.
Yeah, and so that's that policy that I guess it's rule, and it's an further explanation of existing rule around brown-tail moth management. So we had not, as a program, conducted a risk evaluation in some time related to those pest complexes those pesticides that could be used within a certain distance from marine waters. And so those removal of those had more to do with risk to aquatic organisms as opposed to pollinators. But yeah, that you're correct that we did change policies after a fairly robust risk evaluation that Pam Breyer, our toxicologist, worked on for some time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other questions for Megan? Seeing none, I see that Representative Grahowski is here. Are there any questions for her? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Grahowski, I know we've been, talking a lot and asking a lot of questions. You brought us a lot of data to the public hearing. Is there anything that you've heard that you wanted to provide? We had some questions about data from Rep. Schofield, and just wondering if you have anything to share.
Thank you. Can you hear me? It looks like
Yes.
I'm not in the meeting with you all, but I'm speaking from the room, maybe?
No,
the waiting room?
You're in. We see you and we don't.
Oh, okay.
And we hear you.
Gotcha.
Would
Thank
do
you.
it
It's just
yourself?
a different format than the last time.
Just see your picture though. We don't see your moving.
Yeah, I don't have a way to turn the video on or any sort of an odd scenario. I can't see even which ones of you are in this meeting. But anyhow, so I think Representative O'Neill, your question was about different data that I presented.
My question, if I may interrupt, is that you've been listening and we've had some questions from members about data and others, and I just wanted to know, since you brought a lot to the public hearing, if there's anything you wanted to remind us of there or bring to us.
Hi again.
We can see you now.
Yes, and I got drawn into the right while Representative O'Neill was making her asking her questions. I'm sorry to make you repeat it again, but I couldn't hear anything.
I'll try to remember. I just you've been sitting here listening. I just wondered if you had anything to add based on the questions that members have had today about data and others.
Sure, and I won't belabor the abundance of data that I put in front of you all during the public hearing. And so many experts in this field, and even Frank Drummond, who is the state, I think considered the state expert, humane entomologist who recently retired. He shared testimony. He has a terrible internet connection, which is why he hasn't been here with you all. But I would encourage you to look at his testimony regarding the importance of limiting truly cosmetic uses of these pesticides when they are causing harm, known harm. To the extent we have not measured the exact harm in Maine, is not a reason to not assume that our bees are somehow more tolerant than bees elsewhere in the country and in the world. The EPA's proposed interim decision, as Megan Patterson mentioned, does include telling homeowners not to be using these products. That's one of their label, and by label we mean 10-page type document changes. So my working principle here is that if we know these things are bad in the home environment and unnecessary in the home environment, that no one should be able to use them in the home environment. Not just people who are licensed and certainly will use them as directed by the label. I did send you all an email, which I don't know if you're like me, but I'm literally getting 10 emails a minute right now for what's going on in my committee. So it's probably buried in your inbox perhaps, but of a case study around allowable uses of imidacloprid in the home environment on, let's say, an apple tree in your yard compared to how much would be allowed to be used in an agricultural environment. That's where those numbers of 24 to 35 or 34% not percent times, magnitude times use is allowed per the product labels by licensed applicators in the residential setting. That many more times than is allowed in the commercial setting or the agricultural setting. I don't know the reason for that. That's just a fact for the products that they researched, and that is in your inbox if you'd like to look at the details. Lastly, I would say that there are definitely, there is not a place for citizens to report when they are aware, I don't think, aware of a non-managed bee species die-off. They could call the agricultural department and they may. I don't know that there is like a reporting mechanism, and maybe Megan would know about that or not, but there is testimony in your copious amount of testimony from the former Garden Club president of Ellsworth, who tells a very, I find, disturbing story about a well-meaning individual who was trying to help her tomato plants and applied neonics, and it turns out that she killed, I don't know the exact number, but a large number of dead mason bees, which were there to pollinate her plants. And it turned out that she was managing for a woodchuck. And she thought it was an insect issue, it was a woodchuck issue. So, and that's just one anecdote. It's hard to know how that scales up because I don't think we have a way to really track this. And I don't know that we even have a way to track how much of these pesticides are being used in the home sort of residential landscape that this bill is attempting to prohibit use thereof. So I hope that's helpful information. I just wanted to add a little extra around the conversation that's been going on. And the reason is that I think that a full prohibition at the homeowner level is warranted, is that if it's bad for a regular homeowner to use this for a cosmetic purpose only, that it shouldn't be any different that they pay somebody to apply it. It seems to me that that certainly puts an advantage to those applicators to have more work applying these pesticides when they could consider using all the different methods that Chip laid out in the last work session to better protect the pollinators and continue to have a nice landscape at your home. So we're not really changing behavior, we're just changing who's
about this universal child benefit.
Yeah.
It's wild.
That
It'll cut the child poverty.
I don't know where that's coming from, but
over.
Are there any
I'm all
other
set.
questions?
Thank you all.
Are there any other questions for Representative Grochowski? All right, thank you, Representative. Oops, Maggie. Excuse me, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I couldn't find my button quickly enough. I wanted to ask you, Representative Grochowski, two things. The first was, this is a pretty limited bill, is it not? Like, of all the possible things that you could have done, it's limited to how many? Four substances. I just want you to go through and help understand, that it's tailored, I guess. My second question, looks like you're pulling something up, but my second question was also about the pest management folks, and what your conversations with them were leading up to the public hearing, and why they didn't oppose it.
Thank you for the questions. Yes, so there are other neonicotinoids that are registered pesticides in the United States. One of which this bill does not restrict is acetamiprid. That was the pesticide that the state apiarist mentioned that she had researched with Frank Drummond and others and found no ill effects to the bees that they were studying at that time. And the acetamiprid has a much shorter half-life and does not travel as easily through the environment as the four that this bill intends to restrict. So we are trying to leave less toxic, less persistent pesticides available for people to use as they need to for management. So you're right, it is very targeted based on the evidence from the research community and the evidence that the EPA has reviewed as well. So it is, that is one of a few that are not affected by this bill. So you're right. We're already taking a full family of these types of pesticides and then limiting to the ones that we know are the most persistent, the most toxic. Then further, we're limiting to just the residential environment. So there are other non-agricultural uses that are not limited by this, such as, your ball field, your golf course. Many of those places have already transitioned away from these chemicals, especially in cities like Portland and South Portland, where these chemicals are not allowed to be used, and they clearly have managed green spaces. So it is just further limited. So we're limiting the full family, then we're further limiting the location. And then we have some exemptions based on applications that are not as likely to affect pollinators, such as, pet treatment or indoor use or along the edges of structures. And to your second question, this bill had already gone through a lot of this work last session, in which we created these exemptions based on feedback I received at that time. And then the additional exemption related to structural applications came from those three groups that Karen reviewed for you. And if you look at the New England Pest Management Association testimony, they have been very supportive, and they think that this is a great and really targeted way to limit exposure. And they're not just saying we're neither for nor against, and we appreciate the exemption. They're saying we actually think this is really prudent legislation, which I appreciate. They didn't have to do that, but I think they track this because they're part of a national pest management association. They track this nationally and are looking at the ways different states are tackling it, and think that this is, I don't want to speak for them, but the way that I read the testimony is that this is a very targeted and evidence-based approach in their view.
Senator Black, I saw you waving your hand. Did you have a question?
No, Mr. Chair, I would like to move the amendment that I had placed forward on LD 155 to move it to a restricted use.
I appreciate that, Senator. I'll come back to that, but let's be sure that we get all of our questions answered first, and I'll come back to you if that's okay. I just want to make sure that there was no other hands that were ready to ask a question. All right. So you have moved your amendment, Senator Black?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I will second. Representative Schofield.
Representative Schofield. Discussion. Representative Hall.
No, I just was going to second Senator Black's motion.
Okay, Representative Gifford.
No, I was going to second, but I didn't hit the button quick enough.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. Representative McCray, you going to tell me the same thing? You were going to second it?
No, I don't know enough to second it. Okay. My question is, I've had an awful time almost every time we meet, getting linked on. So that's my excuse for being late. But would somebody read the amendment for me?
I can do that, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
If I can find it. Well, that was one of my questions. This may be a question for Megan Patterson. So what Senator Black's amendment does is it directs the Board of Pesticides Control shall change the classification use of any product containing those 4 active ingredients used for application in outdoor residential landscapes to restricted use. So I don't know if that's the best way to word it, or if it should say shall restrict the use, or if either one is fine from, I guess, the department's perspective. And then one other question I do have is, does Senator Black want to include the exemption for controlling and treating insects outside of structural foundations, as was presented in Representative Grahowski's amendment? And then I don't know if there's a need for the other piece about certified applicators to control emerging pests. Those are my questions.
Would you like me to answer those, or?
Yeah, on the restricted, change the classification to restricted use, or just to simply say to restrict the use. I don't know which is better from your perspective.
I think either is fine. I think the outcome is the same. So I think, at the very base level, both of these bills are both restricting use. And so that is how they would come across in rule. It is easiest for the board if it's clean like that, where there is just, these are restricted. And it's not easiest just because of rule making, but it's also easiest to enforce. If we can just say all of these are restricted use products. And so I may have not made that clear earlier when I said, basically what that means is you won't see any of these products on the shelves in Home Depot or Lowe's or your local hardware store, because they cannot distribute restricted use pesticides, even state restricted use pesticides. So that would immediately move those from those spaces and make them only available to licensed applicators, is how I understand this. So the language, I think, is.
While you, Megan, while you just said that, that gives me a question. Sorry to interrupt in here, but normally in a restriction or either a prohibition, would there be a time period to use up the supply that they have?
Yeah, I mean, so that is a consideration anytime you're restricting a pesticide. So given that these are resolves, I guess that would hopefully be a part of the board's process. We would have a little bit of leeway to say, there is a phase in here. We can get people to get rid of these either by using them or by disposing of them through our obsolete pesticide collection. So that is always available to people who need to dispose of unwanted pesticides. I guess I will just share, something that I shared, I think, with the chlorpyrifos bill also, that, we do run the obsolete pesticide collection program, and I still find each year dieldrin, DDT, lead arsenate, calcium arsenate. Most of it's coming out of old properties that people are sort of moving into and reviving. But that is just a consideration always whenever you're taking a pesticide off the market for a certain group of people, that you could have panic buying. People do that. It does happen. So,
because my other concern along those lines may be that, all these stores may have their product already in for this season. So they're sitting here with a product that they got to do something with.
Yep, this is also, it's also a good point. And we have limited authority to, we can make requests to the companies to say, our regulations have changed in our state. Please take these products back. It is a request as opposed to a requirement. So
would it be better to ask Senator Black to amend at least his portion of it, whichever way this ends up going, to go into effect, say, January 1st, 22, or is it better to say, let the board work it out to phase them out?
I think if you gave us a timeline and said, or gave us a timeline, it would put limitations on something I'm not certain about how long it would take. I would need to do a little research into sort of what other states have done when they've made additional these similar prohibitions on use.
Okay.
I do think there are cases where the timeline has been too long. So I think we can pretty readily look at what other states have done and figure out how much time they needed, how much time it took from rulemaking to when they thought they needed to, put that final prohibition of use and sale in place.
So then you should add phase out through the Board of Pesticide Control rulemaking, something to that.
Yeah, I think that would naturally just be a part of our process anyway.
Yep. Okay. Karen?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing from her is that they have that rulemaking authority already. So I don't think the language has to explicitly.
Okay. If it
say
doesn't have to be explicitly there, that's fine. What else do we have? Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When everyone's had the chance to discuss, I'd like to request a caucus, please.
Representative McCray.
No, I just didn't lower my hand.
Sorry. Are there any other questions? Karen?
Yeah, so just a point of clarification on Senator Black's motion. Does he want to include that exemption for structural foundations or not? It's not in the original bill, but it was something.
No, I don't want to include it in my amendment.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. So it's just changing, change to restricted use classification, something to that effect.
Wouldn't Megan, by restricting it, it would still leave that use there except for homeowners anyway, which they couldn't buy. So
Right.
he wouldn't have to put it in anyway, because we're not allowing homeowners to use it. So, but a certified applicator could use it in that fashion.
Yeah. And there are other exemptions in the original bill that will stay in the bill, like products used for preserving wood, controlling or treating indoor insects, and treating pets.
Okay. Are there other questions? We do have a motion on the floor. I will go outside. I do see Representative Grohowski, you do have your hand up, but as you know the rules, but I will allow you to speak here.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to clarify, because I think there was just a misunderstanding. The exemption that is in my bill about the structural applications allows for a homeowner to do those, as they probably currently do if they see an insect issue happening on their structure. So what you would be doing with Senator Black's amendment would be to say that homeowners can no longer do that, that they must hire someone to do that. And that is, I don't think, what the three groups that came to me would like to see. So I just wanted to clarify the process there. And then you do whatever you want to do with that. But that's.
Thank you for that information. That's very helpful.
You bet.
Senator Black, would you like to add her exemption there?
After having it clarified, I don't have a problem adding that exemption.
Okay, thank you. Karen, you got that?
I got it, yep.
Are there other further discussion? We'll go, yes, Representative McCray.
My question would be, this is going to allow me as a homeowner to use this in the case I have an insect infestation in my home, but we're putting no method for me to get that chemical commercially unless I have a commercial applicator supply it. Is that my understanding? Am I right?
Well, in the case, I'll let Megan answer it. I have an answer, but go ahead, Megan.
Yeah, I think, if you maintain that language saying there are exemptions for homeowners or residential users from the restriction for those products, I will say there are likely some products that will still be made restricted because there's no way because they include both indoor and outdoor uses. And so if we make them state restricted, they'll be state restricted. There are other products that will be solely for indoor use. And so we would, as a program, have to be able to identify those products that are specifically for indoor use. It always becomes a little bit of a trick for us in terms of enforcement, and we actually have to read each and every one of those labels, and we register somewhere around 13,000 labels products a year. So we'd have to read each of those labels in that group of pesticide products, of which I think there are, gosh, I think Mary found 210. 165 of those were specifically labeled for outdoor use. So it would be sort of, those would be restricted. It would be of the remaining ones that we would have to discern whether or not they should be restricted or would be continued to be allowed for indoor use. So I think the dividing line essentially would become those products that are solely labeled for indoor use would still be allowed. It's just the case that some products are labeled for both.
Very good. Thank you, Megan. I'm glad you are so nimble. Thank you.
And actually, Representative McCray, if the company wants to really double their money, they can still label it nationally, same product, and just say it's indoor, and the same product for outdoor, but in Maine, they don't sell it for outdoor. So now they're selling you two products in, New York to do the same job that you had to buy one container before.
Okay, very good. That clears things up. Thank you.
Representative Osher.
I'm not quite sure who this question is for, probably both Ms. Patterson and Representative Grohowski. So my experience is that homeowners or people who are not skilled applicators or skilled managers of an environment might choose something that is a strong product, but not necessarily the most nuanced or the best product for the environment. And so in that way, I think that Representative Grohowski has really done a lot of due diligence to try to figure out what guidance we want to give to the manufacturer of these products about how we want them to be used, so that they're not sold for people who would maybe take a big hammer when they don't really need to, and then have an impact on the environment. So my question is, some people may feel that this is a limitation on their rights to use a product, and what opportunities or education do you give for them? So my example is, I work with homes to make them more energy efficient, but when I go to people's homes, I find pests, and sometimes they'll say, "Oh, well, we sprayed," and I'll say, the pest is coming there because the home is a perfect habitat, because let's say you have a rotting sill, and so that's why the carpenter ants want to be there. So don't spray the carpenter ants, just remove the habitat that makes them comfortable. They'll find some rotting wood somewhere else, not your sill, if you replace the sill. No pesticides needed. Good home maintenance. So, and they're like, "Oh, I didn't realize. I just thought old houses had rotted sills." And so in the same way, if this is home use, I would want to encourage some kind of education, and also to help homeowners make those better decisions. So is there some idea, proposal, or something that the Board of Pesticides Control would do in this way, if this bill were to pass?
Yeah, so I think, for those folks who are hungry for that information, that's part of the key, I think, whenever it comes to successful education. We have two websites. We have Yardscaping, which is speaking to some of the principles that this group talked about in its last work session about, aeration, overseeding, top dressing with organic matter, right? Compost potentially. The things you're talking about too, of doing sort of routine house maintenance and removing rotted wood, removing the source of moisture that produced the rotting wood. If there's a gutter that's directing water the wrong way, or leaky piping, or maybe there's space around the pipes, and that's where rodents and other things are coming in. So all of those are principles of integrated pest management. And that Yardscaping website that I mentioned, that is all about integrated pest management. It's all about sort of minimizing reliance on pesticides, and focusing on some of the cultural, biological, mechanical control measures that we can all take in our yards to prevent pest complexes. So, for example, the very basics of choosing the right plant for the right place, so it's not stressed, so it isn't just naturally sort of vulnerable to pest complexes. Things like making sure your turf is healthy by doing some of the things I just listed. And if turf is not meant to be grown in that extremely shady spot, choosing to do something else there, maybe put in a hosta bed, for example, just because it's probably never going to do well where moss is prevalent. So those kinds of things are definitely a part of our existing programming. And then there's also Got Pests, which is a website of built by board staff and updated by board staff, but a project of the IPM Council. And that's a more or less a pictorial guide to identifying your pest complexes. So it's trying to get at exactly some of the things we've talked about as a group that homeowners really struggle to identify pests. And so giving them a pictorial guide rather than saying you have to go online and try to identify the picture based on, you don't know what it's called, you don't know what to Google, that tries to take some of the guesswork out of it. And it has a listing of vetted IPM-based resources to address some of those pest responses, right? So it's all about not just the chemistry, not just pesticides, but the greater complex of cultural, mechanical, biological management as well. So there are those two things that are existing. We have a little bit of money set aside for an IPM outreach program that we're hoping to roll out this year. And hopefully that will also sort of address some of those concerns. Yeah, and of course there's a cooperative extension, and cooperative extension does quite a lot of outreach to the general public. But again, it's generally speaking folks who are seeking that information as opposed to those that aren't.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, Cheryl, would you call the roll, please?
I will.
Mr. Chair, I have asked for a caucus.
Oh, sorry, I forgot, Representative. Yep. Okay, we will break. How long would you like, Representative O'Neill?
5-10 minutes.
All right, let's see, what time is it? It's 10:16, so how about if we come back at 10:25? That'll be 9 minutes.
Works
Thank
for
you.
me.
Cheryl, you'll have to make me a host again, please.
Oh, for crying out loud.
I know, I know.
Such a pain in the butt. Here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The good news is, Cheryl, that I did find my way back.
I kept looking in the attendee list.
Oh,
I needed to-
there's something that's not jiving coming to me, and I don't know what it is. Because every time we meet, I have to pester you to resend, and sometimes it gets here and sometimes it doesn't.
Hey, we are back, and as you know, we've got plenty of stuff to do today, so we need to move on. There's a motion on the floor. It's been discussed. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Cheryl, would you please call the roll?
This is a vote for LD 155, resolve directing the Board of Pesticide Control to prohibit the use of certain nicotinoids for outdoor residential use, and it ought to pass as amended. Representative Susan?
Hold it. Do you have a question, Representative McCray?
Yeah, just I was waiting to hear that it was the Senator Black amendment.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative.
Senator Dill.
Yes,
for
sir.
some reason, my video will not come on because the host has me blocked. Is that possible? Says the host has asked you. Okay, I'll try it again.
And mine also.
Thank you.
I think it was because you didn't turn off the videos when you left, so I turned them off for you.
All right. You're both back now.
Yep.
Okay.
All
Now
right,
we'll continue.
take 3. Representative Susan Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Susan Bernard, yes. Representative Lori Osher.
No, I don't want the amendment.
Representative Lori Osher, no. Representative Thomas Schofield.
Yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood. Representative Joseph Underwood, absent.
Absent.
Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
No.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, no. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
No.
Senator Chloe Maxman, no. Representative Bill Pluker.
No.
Representative Bill Pluker, no. Representative Jeffrey Gifford.
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Gifford, yes. Representative David McCray.
No.
Representative David McCray, no. That's 7 for the amendment, 5 noes, and 1 absent. Do we have a motion for the noes?
Yeah, that's what I usually ask Cheryl. What's the minority report?
The minority report is ought to pass as amended with Representative Grahowski's amendment.
Karen,
Yes.
You have a question?
thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it possible to put in a third report? Do I need to say that now, or would I have an opportunity to do that later?
You need to do it now.
Okay, I'm going to stay with the ONTP or the OTPA Grahowski's.
The minority report.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right, I'll close the work session on LD 155 and we'll open up the work session on LD 103, an act to improve the animal welfare laws. Karen, it's all yours.
Thank you. So I'm gonna go right into section by section what the bill does. don't know a better way to do this. So sections 1 and 2 go together. Section 1 repeals current law relating to intermittent agents, and section 2 enacts as a replacement, proposes to allow the commissioner of ACF to employ any person considered necessary to assist in any response to a natural or man-made disaster affecting animals both in the state and outside of the state, and provides for that person's compensation. We did hear testimony from the department. The reason they put this in the bill, we heard a case in 2019 how animal welfare agents seized 175 animals with the help of emergency management agency response teams from 3 different counties. And the department said it was difficult because they, obviously faced an overall shortage of staff and relied primarily on volunteers. And so they spent a lot of their time spent a lot of time training those new volunteers. So that's the reason for that. Section 3 allows the Animal Welfare Advisory Council to have as a member a person who is a pet food supplier. Again, we heard from the department that the current pet shop representative has never been filled due to lack of interest. So they felt like this change of expanding that to include stores selling pet supplies may help increase the pool of candidates. And then section 4 also has to do with the Animal Welfare Advisory Council to have a member as an attorney with experience in the state court system. Current law is that the attorney have experience with animal welfare. So the bill as drafted would add or the state court system. Representative Pluker, the sponsor of this bill, as well as the department, are proposing an amendment to this section that would require that the attorney have prosecutorial experience in the state court system. And I did post Representative Pluker's amendment. There was this piece and then one other piece to his amendment. I did post that on the committee webpage. Section 5 defines pet food supplier. Section 6 changes the rabies vaccination requirement to provide that an owner or keeper of a dog over 3 months of age must have the dog vaccinated. Again, this is the other piece of the Representative Pluker's amendment that the department supports. This amendment would provide that the owner or keeper of the dog within 30 days after the dog attains the age of 3 months is required to have that dog vaccinated against rabies. Section 7 adds dangerous dogs and nuisance dogs to those animals that are excluded from obtaining dog licenses through the Internet Licensing Project. Section 8 provides for revocation of animal control officer certification if the officer refuses or intentionally fails to perform the officer's statutory duties. And then Section 9 defines animal care facility, kind of, sort of. It says animal care facility includes, but is not limited to, veterinarians' offices, boarding kennels, equine facilities, etc. I did contact the department. I feel like we need a lead-in sentence to this. It's, in my mind, it's kind of like saying Apple includes, but is not limited to Macintosh, Red Delicious, and Cortland, but it doesn't really define what Apple is. But that's just kind of from my outside drafting perspective. And then Section 10 amends boarding kennels so that it applies to all privately owned animals that are kept for a fee. And then Sections 11 through 14 uses the newly defined term animal care facility in the law relating to animals abandoned at animal care facilities. I guess I'm not going to go over the testimony, but because I touched on a couple of reasons why the department put this in their bill, I thought I should mention some of the opposing views. I think a lot of opposition, there was a lot of concern around the rabies section 6. I guess a lot of opponents feel that there's little data supporting requiring a puppy be vaccinated at the age of 3 months. There was also concern expressed about Section 2 of the bill. They felt like it's ambiguous and it lacks clarity, that there's no definition of man-made disaster, for example. And kind of another common theme in terms of the opposition was adding a pet food supplier to the Animal Welfare Advisory Council. Quite a few folks felt like a retail location that sells pet food does not necessarily represent animal expertise, like a Walmart or Walgreens or grocery store, for example. So those were some of the points from the opposing side. So again, so we do have Representative Pluker's amendment on the attorney member of the Animal Welfare Advisory Council, as well as amending the rabies section. I know the Maine Veterinary Medical Association also had an amendment attached to their testimony. Their suggested amendment would be to add dogs to, there's an exemption in current law that if there's a medical reason, that it would exempt cats from the vaccination requirement if a medical reason precludes that. So they were suggesting to add dogs to that statute. And I think they also sent some information this morning. I really haven't had a chance to look at it relating to the rabies section. So I guess I'll leave it at that for now.
Other questions for Karen? Cheryl, if Liam Hughes is out there, could you let him in, please?
Yes, I will.
And I'm not sure if the state veterinarian is there too. You may have questions concerning vaccinations.
Her name?
I said, I'm not sure if the state veterinarian is in the attendee list too.
You know
If
who
they
that
are, could you let them in? Because we might have questions around vaccinations.
Good
morning.
Good morning, Liam. How are you? Would you introduce?
Good, and we do have Dr. Rachel Fisk on standby for rabies questions.
Okay. Could you let her in, please?
Yes, thank you.
Morning, Mr. Hughes. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Good morning. My name is Liam Hughes. I'm the Director of Animal Welfare for the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry.
Okay, so are there questions for Mr. Hughes concerning LD 103? Especially around the proposed amendments, one of which I think the term prosecutorial was added. Are you okay with that term being added in there, Mr. Hughes, versus I think it was familiarity with the court system, which means, hey, when I was there for my traffic violation, I'm familiar with the court system, so.
Correct. That was the original intent of our bill, to have the ability when we start looking for new members of AWAC to include prosecutors or people with prosecutor experience, because we do write some criminal laws like we did a few years ago that seem to have a hard time getting introduced to prosecutors and judges. So having somebody with that experience and the knowledge of the rules of the court, we feel will definitely help us whenever we're trying to construct, draft legislation, or figure out new ways of getting enforcement actions available to the agents or animal control officers.
And it wasn't worded that way originally, is that correct? This is
No, the revisor's office did adjust it compared to our original language.
All right, so it is in there, prosecutorial. Maggie, which is Ms. O'Neill, Representative O'Neill, going to be the lawyer here, so. Other questions for Liam? All right. I will turn over to Dr. Fisk.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you comment on the rabies vaccination, the 3 months versus the 6 months?
Sure. So the reason that we wanted to change this from 6 months to 3 months, or within 30 days now of 3 months of age, is mostly at the recommendation of the National Association of State Public Health Veterinarians. So that's been their recommendation for several years, and they write a white paper and keep it up to date. The most recent version was published in 2016. So that was certainly the recommendation then, as well as in the previous version before that. This is also the law, so in 22 other states. So we certainly wouldn't be, you know, a front runner in enacting regulation like this. And then if you add in the amendment of within 30 days of a dog attaining 3 months of age, so vaccinated basically between 3 and 4 months of age, you'd add another 14 states to that list. So it's really just updating the veterinary recommendations for when a dog should receive a rabies vaccine.
Is there any concern about vaccinating a dog or cat at 3 months and, for lack of a better term, I guess, antibodies being built up, the vaccination working until they're older, or would have to have a second one sooner than a year out or whatever? Is there any concerns around that if you go that young?
No, nope. If you had vaccinated the animal before they've reached 3 months or 12 weeks of age, yes, there could potentially be concern for interference with maternal antibodies, but there's not really any research that is suggesting that if you vaccinate the dog between 12 and 16 weeks of age, so 3 and 4 months, that there's a significant interference with any maternal antibodies.
So should that be said in there that the animal should be vaccinated between 12 and 16 weeks rather than, I think it says 3 months. So all of a sudden, I mean, maybe a veterinarian wouldn't do it before 3 months, but I'm thinking if I've got a dog and I get, you know, a vet visit and the dog is 11 months old, I'll say, hey, what the heck, I'll get the vaccination while I'm there so I don't have to come back again in another 2 or 3 weeks. Should we state specifically, but, you know, 12 to 16 weeks?
So here in Maine, veterinarians need to, rabies vaccines can only be administered, for dogs and cats, can only be administered by a licensed veterinarian or under their direction. Right. And all of the FDA licensed rabies vaccine that's produced in the US is labeled for use in dogs and cats 12 weeks of age or older. So any veterinarian that had maintained a veterinary license in Maine, I don't see that they would offer a rabies vaccine at 10 or 11 weeks of age. They would wait till the dog is at least 12 weeks.
All right, thank you. That answers that. Karen, did you want to ask something there?
Well, I just wanted to point out the language reads, within 30 days after the dog attains the age of 3 months.
Okay. Thanks. Representative Underwood.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Question for Mrs. Fisk, and that is, would she consider dropping the requirement of, because it is added expense to the pet owner, and to drop the requirement and leave it at 6 months, please?
So typically most pet owners would be bringing their puppy to the vet for other vaccines, including rabies, but there are a whole other series of quote unquote puppy vaccines during that time period anyway. And so that the rabies vaccine would likely be incorporated in one of those visits for puppy shots, if you will. So I don't think I wouldn't consider it to be an added expense, because once the dog receives a vaccine within 30 days after reaching 3 months of age, it then wouldn't be due for another rabies vaccine for another year. So it wouldn't get a vaccine at 3 months and then again at 6 months. It would get a vaccine between 3 and 4 months of age and then again a year later. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Are there other questions for either Liam or Rachel? Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the MVMA amendment, the Maine Veterinarians Association, of adding if a medical reason exists that precludes vaccination, to allow dogs to also be included in that exemption. Is there a medical reason why we should or should not do that?
There's not a medical reason why it should not be allowed, and in fact, in reality, in practice, veterinarians are already doing this. They are already writing exemption vaccine. Basically, the form that they fill out is called a rabies vaccine waiver. It's done at the time of an annual exam when the animal might be due for a rabies vaccine, but has a medical condition that would make it unadvisable to administer the vaccine at that time. So it's already happening for dogs.
Thank you. And is it, I assume that's legal to do so now?
It doesn't appear that it is legal, but that is what's happening in reality.
Thank you. So that might be something good for us to add to our OTPA.
Are there other questions? Thoughts on what Representative Pluker just suggested? Representative Landry.
What medical conditions might preclude receiving a vaccination?
So treatment for an immune-mediated condition, so dogs are susceptible to an immune-mediated thrombocytopenia or an immune-mediated hemolytic anemia, are relatively common conditions. I wouldn't call them common, but they're not uncommon. That would make vaccination something that would not be recommended at the time during treatment. The other thing that might make a veterinarian recommend that an animal not be vaccinated would be treatment for cancer. So if it was undergoing chemotherapy or radiation, certainly that can affect the immune system, so it would affect the effectiveness of a vaccine.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
Do you want to get it from someone who's not the sponsor? I move OTPA if you're all right with that.
And is that including what you wanted added, Representative Pluker?
Yeah, my amendment as written plus the MVMA's suggested amendment.
Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second?
I second it.
Landry. Any discussion? Karen.
So, I mean, I still think animal care facility needs an actual definition.
Okay.
I can try to see if it'll fly with my legal review, and I don't know, but it just strikes me as it's not really defined. It's just saying what it may include.
All right. Why don't you work out a definition, run it by the department, see if it's okay with them, as well as your legal division, and for language review, bring it back.
Okay, is Representative Pluker and Representative Landry, are they
okay with that?
Consider that a friendly amendment?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, Cheryl, would you please call the roll?
Yes, I will. Reminder to everyone that they need to be on screen to vote. This is for LD 103, an act to improve the animal welfare law. Ought to pass as amended. Representative Susan Bernard, absent. Representative Lori Osher.
This is with Representative Pluker's amendment?
Yes, I think.
Okay, yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield.
Yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood.
No.
Representative Joseph Underwood, no. Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Fluker.
Yes.
Representative Bill Fluker, yes. Representative Jeffrey Gifford.
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Gifford, yes. Representative David McCray.
Yes.
Representative David McCray, yes. That is 11 yes, 1 no, and 1 absent.
I do see Representative Bernard's name down here. Is there just a block for her and she's not there?
No, I keep asking her to enter.
Okay. Just curious. Yes, Karen.
So Representative Underwood, what is your minority report? It sounds like your objection might be related to the rabies change.
I don't think there's any need of the law, passing the law. So
So is your minority report just ought not to pass, or ought to pass as amended with striking the section related to the rabies change?
ought not to pass.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bernard is here. Cheryl?
Yes, Representative Bernard, we just voted on LD 103, an act to improve the animal welfare law, ought to pass as amended using Representative Fluker's amendment. Do you vote yes or no?
I vote yes.
Representative Susan Bernard, yes. That gives us 12 yes, 1 no, ought not to pass.
So that's 12-1 ought to pass as amended. I will close the work session on LD 103 and I'll turn it over to House Chair O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so next thing on the list is opening up the work session for LD 268, an act to eliminate online burn permit fees for all areas of the state. And that's sponsored by our own Senator Dill.
You want me to quickly?
Yes, please. Thanks.
Guys, thank you. So section 1 of the bill provides that a person may not be charged a fee to obtain a burn permit online. And then section 2 allows a vendor or owner of a private party burn permit software system to charge a municipality for use of a private party burn permit software. So we only heard testimony in favor of the bill. We didn't get any in opposition, or neither for nor against. We had a bill, LD 1788. This is basically the report of ACF committee in the 129th ought to pass as amended, but the bill died on the appropriations table when the legislature adjourned suddenly. So this is essentially a reintroduction of that. We have not received the preliminary fiscal impact statement. However, I did paste into the bill analysis a summary of what the fiscal note was for 1788, since or the committee report to 1788, because they're the same thing. Although the dollar amounts might change a little bit, I thought it would give you a good indication of what the fiscal impact might be. So The proposal would eliminate the $7 fee that the department charges for electronically issued burn permits via the online permit system. So currently $4 is deposited into the general fund, $2 is transferred to the municipality where the permit was issued, and $1 goes into Informe, the administrative cost of the administrative cost of the permit system. So in unorganized areas, $6 of the fee is deposited into the general fund and $1 goes to Informe. So back the last, or the current biennium, I should say, but beginning in fiscal year 2021, elimination of the fee would reduce annual general fund revenue by $43,139 and reduce revenue to municipalities approximately $20,000 a year, and then reduce revenue available to pay Informe by $9,600. So the bill did include an ongoing general fund appropriation to ACF of $9,600 to continue to pay for Informe. And then the municipalities may incur additional costs if the vendor owner of the private party burn permit software system chooses to impose fees for its use. So that's the flavor of the fiscal note last time we saw this similar proposal. I'm done for now.
All right, thank you. All right. Trying to see if we have any stakeholders here we might want to hear from. I don't have a list by bill today, so I'm not able to do that. Does anyone have questions from the committee?
I see Jeff Courier is on the list of attendees from the Maine Forest Service, and he testified obviously in favor.
Anybody have questions, or do we feel ready? Representative Gifford.
And I got to unmute myself. Sorry about that. So this fee, I can, as a citizen, I can go to my fire department and I can obtain a permit and it doesn't cost me anything. Is that correct?
Good morning, Representative. This is Jeff Courier. I'm a Regional Forest Ranger with the Maine Forest Service representing the department today. Just wanted to check my audio before I go any further. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
I can.
You're correct, sir. You can go to your municipal fire department to get a handwritten permit at no cost currently.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'd just like to throw in real quick that Ms. Netto's analysis of the bill is spot on, including many of the fiscal note pieces, including the ongoing costs as well, based on our department's analysis of what this impact would have, what this bill would have for an impact.
Thank you, Mr. Courier. I see another question from Rep. Gifford.
Yes, thank you. What about people in unorganized territories? Would they have to go to the nearest fire department or do it online? Are they forced to do it online?
No, sir, they're not forced to do it online. We have regional offices, 3 of them in the state, Old Town for your area, Ashland, and then Augusta. We still offer burning permits over the phone to people. They don't have to have, state law reads that you don't have to have an open burning permit in hand when you're burning in unorganized territories. In organized towns, you do. So they can go online if they'd like, or they could call one of our regional offices, or if they happen to see a forest ranger in passing or know one personally, they can call that ranger up and we'd issue the permit. So
okay, I just think it's very important that we maintain that freedom of being able to do it without paying if so we don't so desire. Thank you.
Yes, sir, we do too. And that's the reason we wholeheartedly support this bill, because it really makes it more equitable for all areas of the state to have a free online service if that's what people choose.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. I see a question from Rep. Paul.
Thank you. Actually, I'd like to move the bill as presented and vote ought to pass.
All right, we have a motion not to pass. Do I see a second from Representative Schofield? Or is that a question?
Yeah.
All
No,
right.
second that. Thank you, Abe.
Thank you. Any discussion? I see a hand from Karen.
And just, you know, far be it for me to assume that there will be a fiscal note this time around, but just based on that it's identical to the committee report from last session and there is a fiscal note, the report will likely be ought to pass as amended with the fiscal note only amendment. Just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Right, perfect. Any discussion? Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to see if Ranger Courier agrees with what I'm about to say. I think the primary objective for having burn permits is so that folks will know that there is a fire in a particular area and that it is permitted and that it doesn't cause alarm and create havoc among firefighters and others. And it's really not for monetary gain so much as it is for informational awareness. Would the good forest ranger agree with that? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I'm not so sure about good, but I appreciate that. You're exactly right. It is for what we call the identification of friendly smokes, so that rangers, our pilots, and our municipal fire department are so important to us, so they know where active burns are happening. But it's a little more than that. It's also wildfire prevention. Fire permits are our greatest wildfire prevention tool. The ability to restrict permits, the ability to limit the number of permits that we issue based on fire danger, based on fire weather, it really has helped us, even with a year as busy as last year with almost 1,200 wildfires in the state. It's helped us to keep a handle on what's being burned, when it's being burned, and how they're burning it. So it's a great fire prevention tool. And another point that I just quickly make is we heard testimony at the public hearing that there was concern by one of the parties testifying that a town would not be able to opt out or would not be able to restrict permits in an area of their town or in their town in general. And that's just contrary to how our system currently works. A town can shut off online burning permits in their town if they would prefer that in-person contact. So it's not as if this is being forced on them. Additionally, we can shut it off based on weather conditions specified by the town, not just by the state. And we can restrict people who have been problematic burners in the past, people who have violated the law. We can shut that down by their personal name or by their address. So there's a lot of variability, and it's a good system. So again, Representative Schofield, you're right on. It's a great tool all the way around.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you for your response.
I see a question from Senator Dill.
Thank you, Representative O'Neill. This is for Karen. You mentioned that this would be ought to pass as amended, but we don't really know that. So at the moment, is it not ought to pass? Because we can't, otherwise we're going to have to assume that on every bill that there could be a fiscal note.
I only say that because it's identical to the unanimous committee report on LD 1788, and I described the fiscal note. So I
understand that, but I just, not only on this bill, but going forward, we're not going to know. We still don't know if there'll be a fiscal note on this one. I'm just trying to get the right terminology.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. It can be, you can, I'm just giving you a heads up is all. The motion can be ought to pass, which it is, because we don't know if there's a fiscal note only amendment.
Thank you. I just wanted to know for future. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Are we ready to call the roll?
Yep.
looks like it. Yes, please.
Okay. This is LD 268, an act to eliminate online burn permit fees for all areas of the state. Ought to pass is the motion. Representative Susan Bernard. Absent. Representative Lori Osher.
Yes, ought to pass.
Yes. Representative Lori Osher, yes. Representative Susan Bernard. Representative Thomas Schofield.
Yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood.
Yes.
Representative Joseph Underwood, yes. Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Bill Pluker, yes. Representative Jeffrey O'Neill. Oh, sorry, Representative Jeffrey Gifford. I apologize.
Yes. Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Gifford, yes. Representative David McCray.
Yes.
Representative David McCray, yes. Representative Susan Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Susan Bernard, yes. Unanimous, 13 yes.
All right, thank you. Next on our list today, we have LD 322, which is, I gotta pull up the official title. An act to provide occupants of motor vehicles with Gold Star family registration plates free entry to state parks and historic sites. That is sponsored by Representative Roberts from South Berwick. And Karen, could we please have your report on it?
Sure. Thank you. So the title basically summarizes the bill. In terms of testimony, we did not hear any testimony in favor other than the sponsor. However, we did receive some written testimony and support from Natural Resources Council of Maine. There was no opposition to the bill at the public hearing, and the Bureau of Parks and Lands testified neither for nor against. So obviously a Gold Star family is the immediate family of a fallen service member who died while serving on active duty. And we heard from the sponsor of the bill that this is a way we can honor and recognize the sacrifices of Gold Star families. The Bureau of Parks and Lands testified neither for nor against, and their testimony said that while they recognize the good intentions behind the bill, they're also compelled to note the fiscal impact. They had a number of 360 Gold Star families in Maine. And so they estimated, based on sort of the maximum fiscal impact that this bill might create, it would be, based on 360 Gold Star families, based on a vehicle season pass for $105, that the maximum fiscal impact would be approximately $38,000. So we did get the preliminary fiscal impact statement on this bill. This is the third time that the legislature gets a bill like this, and the last two times it's died on the appropriations table. But on page 2 of my bill analysis, I did include the fiscal note, preliminary fiscal impact statement information. So in a nutshell, the estimated reduction in to general fund revenue would be $10,327 annually, using the following assumptions. So right now there are 218 active Gold Star family license plates that have been issued. So making the assumption that 29% of those would buy annual park passes. So 29% of 218 would be 63 annual passes. So if you're not selling 63 annual passes at $105 each, 6,615 would be the revenue lost. So making the assumption that 71% of those don't buy annual park passes and instead just do day visits. Again, 71% of 218 would be 155 cars, and assumption that there are 4 people in each car and an average of $4 per adult, that would be 3,712. So add those two numbers together, the approximately 6,000 with the approximately 3,700, that would be 10,327. So that's the fiscal impact. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Karen. Do I see any questions from committee members? All right. Looks like we don't have any questions. Does anyone have a motion? I see Representative Landry's hand.
I move the bill. Ought to pass.
All right.
Second.
Ought to pass motion, seconded by Representative McCray. Any discussion? All right. I'll ask to call the roll, please.
LD 22, an act to provide occupants of motor vehicles with Gold Star family registration plates free entry to state parks and historic sites. Motion is ought to pass. Representative Lori Osher.
Cheryl, sorry to interrupt, but
Sorry.
we do have a preliminary fiscal impact statement, and it does indicate that there will be a fiscal note. So I think it's safe to say that the motion should be ought to pass as amended, with the fiscal note being the amendment. So you can go ahead.
As amended.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Ought to pass as amended is your motion, Representative Landry?
yes.
All right, perfect. Thanks. And a second from Representative McCray. All right, perfect. Thanks.
So ought to pass as amended, with the fiscal being the amendment. Representative Lori Osher.
Ought to pass as amended.
Representative Lori Osher, yes. Representative Thomas Schofield.
No.
Representative Thomas Schofield, no. Representative Joseph Underwood.
Abstain.
Representative Joseph Underwood, abstain. Representative Scott Landry.
I'm not
Yes.
sure procedurally. I apologize to interrupt, and this is my own lack of knowledge of the rules, but maybe I don't know if I'm out of order to ask for some guidance on abstaining from votes.
Usually,
Cheryl.
go ahead. Go ahead, Karen.
I mean, Cheryl, you should have in your binder at your desk a procedure, but yeah, this does seem unusual that so maybe we could circle back to Representative Underwood after I've had a chance to look up the rules of procedure.
Right, that sounds good. So we can continue down the roll and then come back. And Rep Underwood, we can I don't know if we're past asking questions now, but
I can change that to yes, necessary.
I have here abstention. According to Joint Rule 104, members may abstain only if there is a conflict of interest.
I'll be right back.
The person abstaining does not vote or sign the jacket, and it does not affect the unanimous report. Abstentions are noted on the jacket.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Thank you.
so I think if I could clarify, Rep Underwood, I think a direct conflict of interest would be something like if you were a contractor and it would be your company that was, building a section of highway and you were voting for the funding of that. Does that sound correct? So that
Yes, so let me change that. Let me,
wouldn't apply here.
may I change my vote to yes?
Yeah, it's still open, so if you'd like to change it to yes, you may.
I'll change it to yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Representative Joseph Underwood says yes, ought to pass as amended. Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Bill Pluker, yes. Representative Jeffrey Gifford.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Jeffrey Gifford, yes. Representative David McCray.
Yes.
Representative David McCray, yes. Representative Susan Bernard.
Yes.
Representative Susan Bernard, yes. 12 yes, 1 no.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair,
Oh, yes, I apologize. Representative Schofield.
Madam Chair, the reason I voted the way I did was because I realized how significant funding is for the Park Service in Maine, and that we have a difficult time achieving the needs that we have for the Park Service. And we do provide a lot of free use for a lot of folks in this state currently. And I see this as one more, a bit of a slippery slope, an erosion of that. So that was my rationale. But to maintain unanimity, a unanimous report coming out of this committee, I would like to change my vote to yes. Thank you.
Thank you for that statement of rationale, Representative Schofield. And I would have to ask, does that require a motion to reconsider? I think it does.
I don't believe the vote had closed yet. I believe that, as with Representative Underwood, I think I have a right to change my vote prior to the vote being reported out, I think.
Had Madam Chair announced the vote yet?
I had not.
I guess it hadn't closed then, Madam Chair.
All right. Well, it works for me to have it changed so long as I don't have any procedural objections from Karen. No. All right.
No, I think if you had closed the work session, then it might have been a bigger question, but.
All right, good to know. We're learning procedure today. And I see a hand up from Rep. Underwood.
Yes, that was my concern too. Also, the same thing as Representative Schofield. Where does it stop? Thank you.
Okay. It sounds like when we move on to the next bill, which I will be doing absent any objections.
Representative O'Neill, that's unanimous.
That's unanimous. All right, so we'll close the work session on LD 322, and we will open the work session on LD 416, which is an act regarding the production and sale of birch syrup and birch syrup products, sponsored by Representative Mary Ann Kinney of Knott. Karen, would you please give us your summary of the bill?
Sure. So this just provides for the regulation of the production, sale, and labeling of birch syrup and birch syrup products. I think it's largely modeled after the current law relating to maple syrup, except for, obviously some of the sort of grading provisions have been left out because they're very different products. But in terms of the testimony, we only received testimony in favor of the bill. from the Department of ACF Quality Assurance and Regulations, so a few birch syrup producers, as well as the Maine Farm Bureau, and some written testimony from Maine Forest Products Council. So I think the only, the department did say that there was, you know, one component of the bill in particular about requiring the producer's seal along with tracing and product information on the cap. To them, that seemed cumbersome, and they thought that could be, you know, an amendment to the bill to strike that language. But I don't know if the sponsor is amenable to that. So I won't go over the testimony, but there is I just want to point out there is an emergency preamble, emergency clause on the bill. I don't think, because birch syrup season is right after maple syrup season, I don't think they're thinking that it's going to be in place for this year, but I think there is an emergency preamble because the sooner the better in terms of the department being able to, you know, put rules in place. So certainly for the next birch syrup season in 2022, that things would be ready to go. And we haven't received a fiscal impact statement.
All right, thank you, Karen. Who is, I'm looking through the list here from the department that we could call on.
I don't know if Celeste Poulin is here.
Could we please move?
Yep, Celeste is in the attendees. And then I see Representative Kinney has been promoted to panelist.
Sure thing. I think first I'd like to hear an update from the department on any concerns about adopting as is, and then that question about the cap, please. Can you hear us okay?
Okay, I think I'm off mute. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Hi.
I see you.
Yeah, I didn't really have any concerns about the bill as written. There we go. My only concern in my comment about having the information on both the label and the cap is that it seemed a little bit duplicative to me, and knowing that the cost of labels is frequently a big concern for people who are trying to start a home-based business. I thought that as long as we had the information on one place or the other, it wasn't necessary to have it on both the product label and the product cap. And that was my only concern. It was cost for producers, and I did not want to discourage anyone from starting this kind of endeavor.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? I see a question from Senator Dill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious about the emergency preamble, and as you probably realize, that takes a 2/3 vote. And I don't know that this will be controversial in any way, but the question becomes do you need it that quickly to get information in place for next year? Otherwise, if we don't have the emergency preamble, it will go on into effect as law like in September, versus if we pass it with an emergency, it will probably be sometime April. I was just curious as how long a time do you need, just for voting purposes?
I think that's a question for you, Celeste. Or Representative Kinney, I don't know.
I see the sponsor. Would you like to answer, Representative Kinney? And welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the emergency, I did put it in place because of the upcoming season. And I'll touch on a couple of different things. I know some of the things that we've been doing in my new committee, we've actually put some things into the language so that it would take effect right away. One of the things that the producers, the birch syrup producers were looking for was to be able to not have, they can produce birch syrup now. They have to use a commercial kitchen in order to bottle and package their products, whereas it's made the same way we do in the maple industry. And we don't have to use a commercial kitchen. We can use our sugar house and bottle right there, as long as we're using the proper temperatures and using proper seals and so forth on our products. We don't have to turn around and have a full commercial kitchen that we're doing this in. That was the biggest reason for this bill in the first place. And whether or not that could be added somewhere into language that goes into effect immediately, and then rules can go beyond that for grading and things like that, that are going to be slightly different from maple. And then on the labeling that the department is concerned with, the way that I read the language there, let's see, all containers of birch syrup sold or offered for sale for human consumption must be labeled with volume, name, and address of the producer or packer. And then together with a producer or packer's seal in a manner approved by the commissioner on the cap of the container. With maple syrup, we have to have a tamper evident seal. And that's how I read that, as being that it's not that they have to put all their language, all their address and everything on the seal, but they have to have a seal on the container so that it shows that it's tamper evident. That's how I interpret that. And if you want to maybe make adjustments to make it clearer, I'm game with that. I'd be fine with an amendment like that.
Yeah, that's fine. I was not aware that that was what you were referring to, but no, that makes perfect sense.
Absolutely.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sure.
Yes, to Representative Kinney. When does the birch season get over? Because I'm just trying to figure out, where we are right now with this bill, where we are with sessions. I don't know that it can be in place for this season anyway. So when would the season get over?
Sure, it's good question, and who knows what we're doing as far as session, unless you can get this on the calendar tomorrow somehow. Their season comes right after maple season, so it's my understanding that they start about mid-April and go not as long. So we go about 6 weeks, and they're within 4 weeks, and their season is over. So probably by mid-May.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have potentially resolved the tamper evident seal issue. Do we have any other questions from committee members? All right, seeing none, I just have one question for Karen before we make a motion. Is the first issue raised by the sponsor resolved in the language as is about commercial kitchens?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that's the bill as written would resolve that issue. And as far as timing, there's the emergency preamble is on there. So it would go into effect immediately, assuming you get 2/3. And if I suppose on the floor, if you're finding that for whatever reason you're not getting 2/3, you can always strip the emergency preamble on the floor at that point.
All right. Can I get a thumbs up from the sponsor? That sounds good to move forward like that. All right. All right, sounds good. Can I get a motion from somebody? If there's no more discussion. All right, I see Representative Landry. What's your motion?
Ought to pass.
Ought to pass, and I see a second from Representative Hall, or discussion?
Yes, I'll second that.
Thank you, Representative Hall. All right. Could we please, or is there any discussion before calling the roll? All right, seeing none, would you please call the roll?
I will. LD 416, an act regarding the production and sale of birch syrup and birch syrup products. Motion is ought to pass. Representative Lori Osher.
Yes.
Representative Lori Osher, yes. Representative Thomas Schofield.
Yes.
Representative Thomas Schofield, yes. Representative Joseph Underwood.
Yes.
Representative Joseph Underwood, yes. Representative Scott Landry.
Yes.
Representative Scott Landry, yes. Representative Randall Hall.
Yes.
Representative Randall Hall, yes. Representative Margaret O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Margaret O'Neill, yes. Senator James Dill.
Yes.
Senator James Dill, yes. Senator Russell Black.
Yes.
Senator Russell Black, yes. Senator Chloe Maxman.
Yes.
Senator Chloe Maxman, yes. Representative Bill Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Bill Pluker, yes. Representative Jeffrey Gifford.
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Gifford, yes. Representative David McCray.
Yes.
Representative David McCray, yes. Representative Susan Bernard, absent. That's 12 yes, 1 absent.
All right. Thank you, Cheryl. And thanks, Rep. Kinney, for bringing the bill to us.
Absolutely. Thank you all for the unanimous report. I appreciate it.
Awesome. All right. Take care and see you this week. All right. So that concludes our work sessions for today on regular bills. And at this point, I'm going to pass it back over to my Senate chair for our budget work session.
Thank you. Before we do that, I think Cheryl has a question or comment.
Yes. At this point, would we like to go back to 155 and ask Representative Underwood what his vote is?
No.
Is that okay with you, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill?
No, on 155, you've got two options.
Would you like me to ask him?
Yeah, go ahead and explain it. He could go ought not to pass, period, too.
Yep. So Representative Underwood, on LD 155, there was an ought to pass as amended by amendment by Senator Black, and there was an ought to pass as amended by Representative Grohowski. So the yes would be ought to pass as amended by Senator Black. No would be ought to pass as amended by Grohowski. Karen?
So we actually, so his no is on the motion, which is Senator Black's amendment. So I think what Senator Dill was going to say is that he has, he could go with the minority, which is Representative Grohowski's amendment, or an ought not to pass.
I prefer ought not to pass. We
Okay.
don't need to regulate any more than necessary, and this is not necessary.
So we have a three-way divided report.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. What we need to do is we need to work on the budget. It is now 11:50. We have a work session at 1. So what I suggest we do, we work on the budget for 40 minutes, and right at 12:30, we break for a half-hour lunch, and we come back at 1 for our public hearings for this afternoon. And I know people are waiting for the public hearings, so we got to try to stay on a schedule here. So with that, Karen, I'll turn it over to you for the budget.
Okay, I think we need to let some attendees in right off the bat here. I think I saw Amy Carlton. So I know, yeah, so it looks like Amy's been promoted to panelist. I don't know if Commissioner Beal should probably be promoted as well. I think those are the only two. So I see Amy's coming on board, and yep, now we have the commissioner. So I posted on the ACF committee webpage under budget materials. It's I don't know, 68-page document. It's a report back template and language. So that's the document that I'll be working off of. I can try to screen share it. But I guess I would say it may be easier for you all to print it out so you have it, or I could screen share it, either way. But
I think you'll have to screen share it, Karen. I don't think we have time to print it out.
Okay.
If we find it, and some may not have the capability to print out 68 pages.
Yeah.
So I guess
Okay.
we'll have to go with screen sharing.
Okay. So that's what I'm going to do right now. Share. All right. So do you all see section A2? Scrolling down. I'm on page 2.
And Karen, before we start, let me ask a quick question. I mean, we went through the supplemental budget and we did it by roll call. I'm wondering if it's possible to ask on each of these initiatives if somebody is opposed, and if no one is opposed, then we do not then have to go through and call a roll call. Is that?
Yeah.
Is that an okay? Otherwise, you know, it'll be a while to get through 68 pages.
Yeah, it seemed to work for the supplemental budget. That's how we did it. And I think we should probably try that too in the interest of time.
Sure.
Makes sense to me.
Just wanted to make sure that we were okay. No one had complained about the way we did it before, so.
Nope.
All right, thank you.
All right, so I don't know if the commissioner or Amy Carlton, you know, want to make any introductory remarks, but we can just start right off with page 2, reference number 209, unless Amy Carlton or Commissioner Beal have anything to say. I guess they can raise their hands if they want to, because I can't see them while I'm sharing my screen. So reference number 209 on page 2 is an initiative under the Bureau of Agriculture, which reduces funding to recognize one-time savings for decreased travel expenditures, $50,000 in fiscal year 22 and $50,000 in fiscal year 23. So it reduces funding for travel related to meetings and conferences, probably due to COVID.
Okay, what I'll do is I will just leave it open. So if anyone has a question, you know, kind of shout out. If the commissioner needs to comment on something that we have a concern or, you know, that's not asked, we will do it that way. So are there any questions on this one? Anyone opposed to this one? All right, then how many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It looks like 11. It does not look like Representative Bernard is here. So I have to see you on the screen. So, okay, that's 11-0.
Okay, so I'm going to put the committee vote as you're moving that in, and
Yep.
the 11 members are, and 2 are absent.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Representative Fluke.
am I in? Are you considering me in?
And that's true. I can see. I just looked down and I saw your face. I know you're laying in bed because you got a bad back. So, Karen, do we need to have him flip each time and see his smiling face?
Technically.
All right, there we go. Thank you. That's a smiling face. Thank you for
He
your.
looks so sad too every time.
Thank you, Representative Kluger.
Okay, so is that 11? I'm not counting.
I got to go back. That's 12 now.
That's 12. Okay, great. It's too much. Too much going on here. Okay, so 12 with one absent. All right, moving right along. I'm going to share again, I hope. Am I sharing? No, I'm not sharing. La-di-da. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, yeah, this. Okay, I'll get faster. Okay, on to page 3. Reference number 210. So this is also under the Bureau of Agriculture. Reduces funding to recognize one-time savings for decreased contracts and general operating expenditures. So in fiscal year 22, it's $28,739, and in fiscal year 23, it's $14,000. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I move it in.
Are there any questions? It's been moved in. Was that, who moved it in? Is that Representative O'Neill? It's been moved in.
Sounded like her, yes.
Yeah. And there's a second someplace. I saw a hand. It's been moved and seconded. It's been to move in. Anyone opposed? All right, it's unanimous. I need someone else to count. For some reason, I keep coming up with 11.
Okay. Okay, so it's 12 with Representative Pluker.
I'm counting. I thought I was counting him. My co-chair, would you please count?
Yes, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I can pass math in second.
Thank you. I keep counting 11 each time, and
okay, I don't know who else is absent. But
Did you count yourself?
Yes. And
Okay.
Maggie counted herself, I think. So.
Okay.
Okay. And screen share. Oh, I gotta find a quicker way. Okay.
I know.
So reference number 211, which is on page 3, also under the Bureau of Agriculture. This initiative reduces funding to recognize one-time savings for contracted lab services in fiscal year ending 2022. So it's a $5,000 general fund, and I guess reference numbers 211 and 212 are together. So it's general fund, $5,000 reduction, and then federal expenditures fund, it's $5,149.
I move both of those items in, Mr. Chair.
Moved in. Is there a second? Somebody just wave at me. Thank you. Are there any opposition? No opposition? It's Representative McCray that's missing, and Representative Bernard. None opposed, all in favor, so it passes 11-0.
Okay, so the next initiative starts at the bottom of page 3. Oh, la, la, la. Okay, this is also under the Bureau of Agriculture. This initiative establishes one limited period consumer protection inspector position, funded 50% general fund and 50% federal expenditures fund in the Bureau of Agriculture program. I'm going to scroll over. Oh, and it's reference number 213 and 214 on the top of page 4. So 213 is general fund, an amount of $45,568 in 2022 and $47,583 in 2023. And then reference number 214 is the federal expenditures fund amount, which is $46,915 in fiscal year 2022 and $48,991 in fiscal year ending 2023. So under justification, it says this position will provide inspection services to meet increasing demand in the Maine meat and poultry inspection program and reduce wait times for livestock producers.
Thank you. Can I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move those items in.
Second.
Yeah, it's been moved and seconded by Representative Hall. Any opposition?
I had a question
Got a question. Representative Pluker.
for the commissioner. If she could just explain to us why this is a limited period position as opposed to forever after, ongoing.
Absolutely. Yes, so I referenced when I presented the budget that we've had, well, we've seen over time an increasing demand for inspected meat for our services. And so, and especially in the last year, it has been a real pressure point for us, and we want to help to reduce the bottlenecks. We do expect the trend to continue going in the direction that it's been going in. So I would say that probably at some point in time, we'll come back and ask for permanent positions, but understanding where we are as, you know, the state budget and the economy, we wanted to be really thoughtful about asking for additional positions right now.
Thank you.
Are there other questions?
Is there any appetite within the committee to make this a ongoing permanent position as opposed to a limited period position? I'm open. I would encourage that.
I would go back to the commissioner, and what would that entail if we decided to do that? Where would the funding come from after the limited amount?
Well, I think Amy can help me with this question, but there is a cost share element to these positions. So part of it is covered with federal funds. And Amy, if you want to pick up the rest of the answer here.
Yes, what that would do is it would put the position in our baseline going forward rather than it being limited period in this fashion. So that's what, if you introduced a change for it to be permanent, that's what it would do.
All right, Representative Pluker.
Well, is this can I move that now, or are we already?
Well, we got a motion on the floor. I mean, you can vote against it, and then you can move yours. And since we know that's what's coming, you can make that as an amendment. So people could vote. If they want to vote with you, they can vote against this motion, moving it in.
Okay.
So,
So I won't amend the motion. I'll just wait for this motion to pass or not pass, and then move my motion.
Okay. Representative O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd be willing to remove my motion. I'd be curious to see where other folks are before.
All right. Representative O'Neill has removed her motion. Representative Randall, okay with you?
Yes. Yep.
All right. We'll go back to you, Representative Pluker.
I move that in reference to reference number 213 and reference number 214, we make that a ongoing baseline budgeted position for consumer protection inspector.
I second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Is anyone opposed? I don't see anyone frantically waving at me or.
Representative
Yeah,
Schofield
I
has
do
his
see.
hand
I
raised.
do see one person frantically waving at me. Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't think I was that frantic, but I'll try to tone it down.
No,
I'm just
that's
concerned
okay.
if we pass this as amended, or let's put it this way: if we fail to pass this as amended, does that leave the department high and dry, or can they go back to a seasonal, or not a seasonal, but a non full-time position? I'd like to understand that a little better. Does that make sense?
Let me ask this first before you answer that. Maybe this is a procedural question for Karen. If we failed to move this in, Karen, can we turn around then and make the original motion of what's in front of us as a limited?
I mean, I guess the way I see it is, you're kind of moving the initiative in no matter what, but I think what Representative Pluker is trying to memorialize is the sentiment that they don't want it to be kind of a one-time thing. They want it to be, he wants it to be ongoing. So it doesn't really seem to affect the biennium dollar amounts, but it's whether or not the committee wants to send that message to appropriations that this really should be a permanent position.
Okay. So then what would happen if we voted this way? Then there'd be a note going with this somehow that we voted the initiative in. However, we voted it to go to the appropriations for ongoing funding, something to that effect. Otherwise, how will they know that we just didn't vote it in as it says?
I mean, usually the vote, the report back template is accompanied by a memo, you know, that will come from you and Representative O'Neill. And so that could be highlighted in the memo as well. I mean, you would describe the vote because it is sort of an amendment to these two reference numbers.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Schofield.
I'm just trying to think if this gets to appropriations and it's in addition to what the department originally requested, would that play well with appropriations? Or would they say, gee, you know, the department asked for this amount, but the AFC decided to increase it? I'm trying not to kill this thing. I think it's needed. I think the department wants it. I think the department's trying to be frugal, and I don't want to overplay the hand. And I'm just concerned about that. Thank you.
I think, Representative, from what Karen just said, that we are voting in the initiative. However, we are also stating that we have voted that it should be long time. And if you remember in the past, I think we voted one year for a helicopter, and we've done some things in the past. An appropriation can then therefore go along with the extra stuff that we've asked to be added. I believe if they said, no, we don't think it should be full-time, it would stay as the initiative. Karen?
Yeah, I think Amy has something probably to say about that too, because I'm sure there's a distinction between a one-time limited funded position versus kind of a full, you know, FTE equivalent position within the department. So
okay,
I would look to Amy Carlton to fill in the blanks.
Okay, I just wanted to add that logistically, if you were trying to make it permanent, you would want to specifically lay out that you wanted the head count. You wanted the ledge count to go with it. That would be the amendment. I don't think the dollars would change for this biennium. I think the only change would be that you would need the ledge count added.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dale. I think I'm set now. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Is anyone opposed to Representative Pluker's amendment? Not seeing anybody, it appears that is unanimous.
And that's 11. Are we at 11?
That's 11. Yeah, we're still at 11.
So I'm going to call those two in as amended.
Yes.
And I'm going to try to find my share screen button, which seems to elude me every single time. Okay. So I am still on page 4, moving on to reference number 215, still under the Bureau of Agriculture. This initiative provides funding to continue, God, don't make me say those, 2 PFAS substance testing in foods for which state action levels have been established. So under the so we have an amount of $13,000 in fiscal year ending 2022, and then another $13,000 for the next fiscal year ending 2023. So the justification states that the governor's PFAS task force recommended additional robust testing of agricultural products in order for the department to continue to monitor the health of Maine's milk supply and investigate beef, the two products with established state action thresholds. It needs sustained and adequate funding to conduct sampling, perform laboratory analysis, and to obtain necessary specialized supplies for PFAS. And if I do recall correctly, at the public hearing, Representative Fluker did have a question for the department. Is it about this? Was it about this initiative, Amy? If the department had additional funds, how would the department use the funds to protect farmers and the public? So that's reference number 215.
Mr. Chair,
Representative Fluker.
I believe the commissioner has some information she'd like to present to us on this reference, if we could have her present it.
Sure. Commissioner Beal.
Sure, thank you. We actually are preparing answers to all of the questions that were asked, that we should be sending that out, I think, within a day or so, if it hasn't already gone out. But on this particular issue, I was able to have some conversation with our Bureau Director, Nancy McBrady. And the reality is that we don't have any dedicated staff working on this issue, and it is becoming more and more time consuming for us, particularly as we have to work very closely with DEP and Maine CDC. And as you can imagine, when we do identify a farm that's impacted, there's a lot of time and work that needs to go into helping the farmer to understand what the level of contamination is and what kind of options they have for moving forward. So it is very time intensive. And so any, if there were additional funds available, we would certainly be looking at trying to remedy that situation with having somebody who can really take this on and make sure that we're being as responsive as we can be. We've also been doing retail testing about twice a year. We would probably increase the amount of or the number of tests we're doing just to be able to continue telling the public that our dairy supply is safe for consumption, and that's something that we would do. There's other types of testing that we will need to do more of in the future. We aren't there yet, but in terms of looking at beef and any issues around contamination there, there's a great need for research to be done around mitigation specific to Maine, and we would certainly love to see resources for that at some point in the future. And then also ideally some kind of a relief fund or some kind of a fund that would help farmers who are impacted. We have raised some funds. Actually, Farm Credit East has seeded a relief fund with just a little bit of money to help dairy farmers with some of the payments that they have to make, or the testing that they have to do in order to qualify for payments through the dairy the DIP program, Dairy Indemnity Program, and they get some reimbursement for their milk through that federal program, but it only lasts for a certain number of months, and then they're not eligible anymore. But all of this is just to say we've actually been working really hard to advocate for federal leadership and federal resources on this front, because this is a national issue. It really does require some federal leadership. We just happen to be on the front edge of it, which makes it difficult because those resources are not yet available to us at that level, but we hope that will change.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Commissioner, you said that you are going to get to us a written kind of document on what you just laid out?
Yes. Yep.
Mr. Chair, when do we need to report back to AFA on this?
We got a while, so if you want to table this, we can.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Would you make that a motion, please?
Yeah.
Hold it before you do. Representative Schofield had his hand up. I didn't want to. Once we get a table,
I was going to move it, but I will wait. I'll wait a minute.
Okay. Is there any other discussion or questions? So I did have Representative Pluker. We're discussing it. Yep, it's been moved to table. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Any opposition to tabling it until next time? We're going to work on this probably at least 1 or 2 times next week. Is that correct, Karen? We got it scheduled?
Yes. The
So
report back is due March 24th, by the way,
right,
which is a Wednesday.
So we've got a couple times to work on this. So anyone opposed to tabling? All right, it's tabled.
Okay, at the bottom of page 4, the next initiative is reference number 216. This establishes one limited period inspection process analyst coordinator position for the Maine Meat and Poultry Inspection Program, funded 50% general fund and 50% federal expenditures fund within the same program, and provides funding for related all other costs, and provides all other funds in the Office of the Commissioner Program, general fund, and other special revenue funds for administrative costs related to the position. So actually reference number 216 and 217 go together. 216 is general fund. So in fiscal year ending 2023, it would be a total of $49,477. And then the federal expenditure side of this would be $50,941. So under the justification, this position will administer day-to-day operations in the Maine Meat and Poultry Inspection Program, which has experienced increasing demand with the new cooperative interstate shipment program, and address a weakness identified by the USDA Food Safety Inspection Service during an on-site audit in 2018.
Mr. Chair, I had another question.
Sure, Representative Pluker.
If Commissioner Beal could tell us if she sees a need for this position going away after the period here, or if it might be helpful to have it as an ongoing position again.
Yes, this is similar to the reference number 213 and 214 that we just talked about a few minutes ago, where we do see the increasing demand. We don't expect it to be going in the other direction anytime soon, if at all.
So I would move a similar amendment as last time, make this into an ongoing position instead of a limited period in position.
There's been a motion. Is there a second? Representative Hall, do you have a question, or are you going to second this?
I have a question. Is this is a different position than the previous one? So we'd be getting a second inspector. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Anyone opposed? Any further discussion? Excuse me. Anyone opposed? Representative Gifford, can I see you? There we go. See your smiling face. Okay.
So is that 10? I don't know who else did we
1,
lose.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It is 10.
It is 10.
Okay, so who did we lose in addition to Bernard and McRae?
Representative Underwood.
Okay. All righty. Let's see, share screen. Okay, I'm on page 5 now. So in the middle of page 5, also under the Bureau of Agriculture, reference numbers 218 and 219 go together. This initiative reallocates one consumer protection inspector position from 100% federal expenditures fund to 100% other special revenue funds in the same program. So federal expenditures fund so it's basically just the same amount, federal expenditures fund to other special revenue. Sorry, my brain is catching up with my mouth. Basically the amount is $92,350 in fiscal year 2022. That would be transferred from federal to other special revenue. And then the amount is $96,286 in fiscal year 2023. So this initiative aligns work effort with the appropriate funding source. That's what it says under the justification.
Can I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move this item in.
Moved in and seconded by Representative Landry. Is there any discussion? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, it is moved in, and I believe we're at 10 still.
Okay.
Yep. Representative Pluka, can we see your smiling face so it can be 10? Thank you. Representative Bernard, you're not here, correct? Okay, so it's 10.
All right. So going to page 6, the top of page 6, this is under the Bureau of Agriculture. This initiative, reference number 220. This initiative continues one planning and research associate 2 position previously continued by financial order, funded 100% by the Federal Expenditures Fund in the Bureau of Agriculture, excuse me, to work with the Emergency Food Assistance Program and the Commodity Supplemental Food Program, and provides funding for related all other costs. So the amount is $88,029 in fiscal year ending 2022 and $92,180 in fiscal year ending 2023. So the justification states that this position will help to procure and allocate food, monitor agencies that receive assistance, provide inventory management support, complete USDA reporting, update the website, and ensure TFAP is compliant with civil rights training. The initiative continues a position that was continued by financial order.
Okay, could I have a motion to move it one way or the
So
other?
moved.
Moved it in. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Representative O'Neill. Moved by Representative Landry. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, I believe we're at 10 still. It passes. It's moved in.
All right. So I think we just have summary. We go on to page 9, which is on Division of Forest Protection. This is just all summary. Slide budget. Okay, so on page 9, reference number 300. This initiative reduces funding by recognizing one-time savings in the general fund by driving fewer miles. So it's 41,000 in fiscal year ending 22 and another 41,000 fiscal year ending 23. And the justification states the Division of Forest Protection will use technology to hold virtual meetings and will coordinate tasks to drive fewer miles over the biennium.
All right, can I have a motion, please?
Move it in, Mr. Chair.
Moved in and seconded by Representative Landry. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? It was moved in.
We're still at 10.
Yeah, as soon as Representative Pluker flips his switch there. Thank you. Yes, we're at 10.
Alrighty, so moving right along, on the top of page 10, well, actually, it starts at bottom of 9, but it's reference number, and it looks like there's two references that go together, 301 and 302. This initiative reduces funding by allocating operating expenditures to allow federal funding sources. So this is under the Division of Forest Protection. Okay, so general fund reduction of 100,000 in both fiscal years, and then federal expenditures funds of $103,595 in both fiscal years. So the justification states that current federal funding can support this one-time shift.
Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Been moved and seconded by Representative O'Neill. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? It is moved in almost. Representative Pluka, if you could put motion on your profile picture, I wouldn't have to keep flipping back and forth. Thank you. So it's 10 still.
Okay, thank you. I have too many screens.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're on page 10. Reference number 303, still under Division of Forest Protection. This initiative provides funding to replace ballistic vests on a rotational basis. So it's $14,000 in each fiscal year. The initiative will replace vests that have a 5-year service life on a rotational basis rather than total replacement every 5 years. Additional vests are also needed for new rangers.
Can I have a motion, please?
I move this in.
Moved in, seconded by Representative Landry. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? It's moved in, still at 10. And I actually see some motion there with Representative Pluka, so we're good. Thank you.
Okay, the bottom of page 10, reference 304. This initiative provides funding for ammunition and training supplies for mandatory semi-annual firearms training. So this is $18,000 in each fiscal year. The justification says this initiative will increase ammunition inventory to maintain 2 years of training ammunition, which can be difficult to obtain, and purchase ongoing training supplies necessary to complete semi-annual firearms training.
Can I have a motion, please?
I move this in, Mr. Chair.
It's been moved and seconded by Representatives O'Neill and Landry. Any discussion? Seeing none? Anyone opposed? Seeing none? And it's moved in. All in favor. So it's 10 still.
Okay, it's 12:30, just saying, but we can do a few more if you like.
No, I think we should break. I think we've had a long morning now. It's been 3.5 hours. So I think everybody probably wants to take a break and get some lunch and come back at 1 o'clock sharp for our public hearing. Thank you all. Be sure you shut off your cameras, or more importantly, your mics.
Thank you.
Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Annie. I'm calling to log in a vote that was a three-way. And when I log it in, it says the requested member of the collection does not exist.
What LD is it?
It is LD 155.
Okay, so you're trying to enter the vote on 155.
Right, and it's ought to pass as amended, ought to pass as amended, and not to pass.
Okay, so you got pass as amended, and you got 5 people on the amended with Fluker.
Right.
And you got everybody else, and then you got 1 ought not to pass.
Correct.
Okay, so when you hit generate, is that what's going on?
Yep. It says.
Okay, let me make sure I have everything right, and then I'll try hitting it on my end.
Okay.
So I have Maxim, or Maxman, O'Neill, McCrea, Osher, and Fluker with Fluker. That's correct.
Correct.
And then just Underwood is ought not to pass, and everybody else is with the regular standard motion.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna hit generate and see what happens. Maybe it's just a glitch in Leap on your end.
Maybe.
Leap is kind of quirky sometimes.
It's funny because I just loaded 4 other ones.
It says docket generated. So I will close out Go from your jacket. I think you might have just closed it out and try it again. If it should be there though. It looks like it worked for me.
Okay.
Cheryl, I think you left early this morning. We're starting with 493. There's only a couple people to testify on that one, and
Yes, I apologize. See you later.
and the sponsor has to leave for doctor's appointment.
Yep, I will.
And he and Senator Farron can arm wrestle for it, but since it's Senator Timberlake.
Well, we know he's not going to the heart doctor because he doesn't have one.
Senator Farron, I informed him that he got moved ahead of you, and so he would have to deal with you.
Senator Black, I was raised by my parents to respect my elders. So if that's what Senator Timberlake needs to do, I will concur with that.
Well, I was hoping I wouldn't have to see you till tomorrow, but seeing you, you're here.
So Senator Dill, would you like me to bring in Senator Timberlake and Nancy McBrady?
Would you rephrase that? You said what you like me to, but
I would.
Yes,
like,
you may bring them. You may bring them in, but.
Okay. Also, I'd like to let you know that there's someone on a telephone that I don't know who they are. So if they would let us know, we could change the name.
Well, let's see, under attendees. It might be Mr. Higgins. It says he was going to testify, and I don't see him on the list, so.
And I don't see Nancy McBrady here either.
Right.
That's good. That's good. She's just going to testify against me anyway.
Hey, Russell, I just got off the phone with Rich Dowdy, the selectman here in town. They said they're looking forward to hearing from you tonight. Just a reminder.
Yes, sir. I got it written right in front of me.
All right. I think I kind of told him what it was all about, but I think they're interested in hearing from you. So.
Yep.
Great. Good luck with that.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. We have 10. Are we still streaming, I believe? It never shuts down, so.
Yeah.
Okay, and we have 10. I think that's where we ended this morning, so, or actually this afternoon. So I would welcome everyone back to our public hearing. And since it is a new group, I'll quickly go around and let everybody introduce themselves again, starting with Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Black, representing Senate District 17, all of Franklin County and 4 towns in Kennebec County.
Representative Landry.
Scott Landry, representing District 113, towns of Farmington, New Sharon, soon to be followed by the rest of the county.
Senator Maxman.
Hi, I'm Chloe Maxman, representing Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County except for Dresden, plus Washington and Windsor.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Maggie O'Neill, and I'm here representing House District 15, which is in Saco.
Representative Hall.
Yes, good afternoon. Representative Randy Hall, representing District 114, 6 towns in southern Franklin County.
Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tom Schofield, representing 17 towns and townships in Franklin and Somerset County. I started to say Oxford. I don't know why. And I'm sort of wedged right in between Senator Hall and Senator. Representative Hall, Representative Landry. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is.
Representative Gifford.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill. I'm Jeff Gifford, and I represent District 142, which is in Penobscot County and involves Lincoln, Enfield, West Enfield, Howell and Maxfield, Savoy, and Woodville.
Representative Osher.
I am Representative Lori Osher. I represent District 123. That's most of Orono, the home of the University of Maine.
Representative Hall.
I will introduce myself again, even though you have called on me once. Representative Randy Hall from District 114.
And Representative Pluker. You're bouncing around on my screen here.
Hey, I'm Bill Pluker, House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union. Thanks so much.
And our clerk this afternoon, as usual, is Cheryl McGowan, who runs the show, and our analyst is Karen Neto. And with that, public hearing, you've heard my spiel many times, but I'll just quickly go through it. Make sure your mic is muted unless you're called upon to speak. And committee members, make sure when you ask, it's in the form of a question, just like in Jeopardy. And with that, I think we'll just go ahead and start. And we'll go right into our first public hearing this afternoon. And it is out of order from what was listed. I'm going to start with LD 493, an act to allow custom slaughterhouses to produce cuts of meat to be sold commercially in the state. And to introduce that is Senator Timberlake, right in the middle of the screen. There you go.
Well,
welcome, Senator Timberlake.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill, and thank you for letting me go first. And happy birthday, Randy Hall. So I'll start right off. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee of Agriculture, Conservation, Forestry. I am Jeff Timberlake, and I represent Senate District 22, which includes the towns of Durham, Greene, Leeds, Lisbon, Litchfield, Sabattis, Turner, Wales, and Wayne. It is my pleasure to be here and offer my support for LD 493, an act to allow custom slaughterhouse to produce cuts of meats to be sold commercially in the state. Livestock producers throughout the state of Maine are suffering. A year or more ago, they either bred or purchased animals with the intention of selling meat to feed the people of Maine. Then COVID changed all of our lives, including the lives of those animals. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the urgent need for more processing in Maine. Last summer, the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry authorized a 90-day grants of inspection to 3 custom slaughter operations to allow more locally raised meat to reach the Maine people. This was a temporary solution that needs to be made permanent somehow. The existing custom slaughterhouses in Maine have the tools and the expertise to help Maine farmers meet the demands for locally raised and processed meat. Mainers want safe, healthy meat that has traveled 50 miles, not meat that has crossed 5 state borders. This issue is something I have personally struggled with every time it has come before the legislature in the past. It is important, though, it is important enough, though, that we need to address it and create slaughterhouses that are meeting the same basic safety standards as the USDA certified slaughterhouses, while at the same time supplying healthy and safe meats to serve the people of Maine. One of the biggest obstacles facing slaughterhouses is the creation and the intimidation of the HACCP plan. This plan is several inches thick, like 6 inches thick, and is a major deterrent. The department needs to find a way to assist these facilities in instituting their own individual plans. The custom slaughterhouses are the first step in solving the crisis that is currently exists in the meat processing industry of Maine, particularly in Aroostook and Washington counties. Farmers have animals that are ready to become food, but the state inspected facilities have no capacity to process those animals. Many slaughterhouses are working at maximum capacity and are booked through the next year. Farmers are left to seek out facility hundreds of miles away, sometimes out of state, eliminating any opportunity for the farmer to make a profit. Farmers that are not able to find slaughter facilities lose their existing customers, eliminating future profits. The department needs to hire more inspectors, focus funding on helping custom slaughterhouse operations, expand and meet the growing demand, and the work with the Department of Labor to increase the labor force. The department was able to establish guidelines for processing poultry without an inspector being present during the processing, and needs to do the same with livestock. Before I sign off, I'll say, and I introduced the bill for the Varneys and Turner for the chicken, and I understand that the department has some heartburn over this, and I have heartburn over it. but I have seen personally within the last year of whole bunches of friends that have either cows or pigs or everything ready for slaughter, and they can't get them slaughtered, and they get to be, believe it or not, too fat, and so they're missing the prime slaughter date. So I really hope that we find a way. I've put this bill in because I do think it's in need, and I hope you guys find a way we can work with the department and find a solution to this problem in the future. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Senator Timberlake? Senator Black?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Timberlake, a couple years ago, we passed a bill, something like this, which caused us extreme heartburn. USDA and the National Cattlemen's Association was ready to pounce on us and shut down our whole meat inspection system and put us right out of business here. Are you open to coming up with some reasonable or trying to work with the department and a group of people to come up with some reasonable alternative to, just what if you just read the statement of your bill, it just says, custom slaughterhouses, but that might not be the answer. Are you willing to work with us and come up with something that does work?
Senator Black, as you know, we've had lots of conversations over this over the years, and yeah, I'm looking for a solution to a problem. Whatever it takes to get there. I don't know what it is, and I don't know what it is today. I just know that I'm being told that Washington is also loosening up their standards and are willing to meet, and that's why I threw in the ability that if we can meet some sort of a HACCP plan that comes close to meeting the USDA standards, that we could find a solution. What I'm looking for, I don't care if it's this bill or we gut it and restrip it and come up with some other solution so that we're helping the farmers in the state of Maine. You and I and everybody sitting around that horseshoe understand that there's a problem in the state with getting meat processed. And I'm looking to find a solution to a problem. I'm open to anything. I'm not locked in on any one thing, but what we got isn't working. And, as somebody who's done one of those HACCP plans personally, that binder is literally 6 inches thick. And the first time somebody walks in your operation and says, you got to fill this out, you go, oh my God, I'm never going to do this. And you're a farmer, it's you and your wife and maybe your kids are one hand, and you're looking at a binder that's 6 inches thick, you got to do, plus try to get all this other stuff done. You say, to heck with this, I'm not doing this. So I think there has to be a way, Senator Black, and I hope that we can find a way to make it work. And I'm open to anything that makes it work.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dill, and thank you for the birthday wishes there, Senator Timberlake. I think Senator Black has addressed one of the issues that I had was with the what happened here a couple of years ago. But do you think that there's a possibility that it isn't just with our inspections, it's also that we are lacking in the facilities to process all these animals, or what's your thoughts on that? If you could expand on that a little bit.
Well, Representative Hall, I've got a wicked education in the last couple of weeks because I made it a point in my life never to own a horse, a cow, a pig, a chicken, anything else, because I just don't want to do that. I grow apples. You want to know how to grow apples? I'm pretty good at that. But Farm Bureau came to me and I listened to all my friends, and I know there's a problem, and I've always been opposed to this. So I think the problem is that we got some slaughterhouses that are capable of being converted to be close to USDA inspection or USDA inspected. But the biggest thing I'm hearing that's holding them back is that HACCP plan. And the other problem is the state. And I understand, Nancy McBrady and we talked, they don't have the staff to do it right now. We're going to have to find funding to support that. And, there's anybody sitting around that horseshoe knows I'm pretty tight with a dollar, but I'm not so tight that I wouldn't support a program that's going to help the farmers of the agricultural industry in the state of Maine all the way around. So I think we need to look at that. I think part of the problem is these farmers are going to need some help getting through the inspection process. I think we could get more of them USDA certified if when they look, they wasn't scared to death of what it goes to. I mean, you know, you folks know what you got to do up at your maple syrup shacks and up to the dairy of what we have to meet. And this is pretty stringent. When you get USDA certified, it's pretty stringent and it's scary.
Yeah, follow up.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there, Senator Timberlake. I know for me, I have to travel, you know, as much as an hour and a half to get to a USDA inspected slaughterhouse, where 20 minutes, 15 minutes down the road, there's a state inspected one. So I agree. I think something needs to be done, and this could be a good step to get started. Thank you.
Representative Landry.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Senator Timberlake, thank you for putting this in. I can certainly appreciate the problem farmers are having. I've got a beef scheduled for October 2022. That's how far out you have to schedule some of these things. Is the problem going to be coming down to money, funding to hire more inspectors? How about a training program to help the custom slaughterhouses get into the rhythm, figure out how to do it? Somebody paid to help them get licensed or approved under state regulations.
And thank you, Representative Landry. I believe that everything you said was done back when they did the 90-day period where they kind of waived some rules. The state came in and helped a lot of these. I think we need to continue that. I think the Department of Ag is willing to work with that. We know that we're going to have some CARES Act money coming to the state. We know there's also some vacant positions setting over the Department of Ag now that we could look at if we could use those positions to be transferred to fill in. But I think in my testimony, you'll read that the Department of Labor needs to work on, you know, we need to work on some more training to get people that are interested in doing this. And I think there's a lot of things we can do it if we want to do it. You know, it worked for the chicken industry. We found a way so that local farmers could process their chickens without going through a USDA process. And we got all done. The feds didn't shut us down and didn't come in. I think we need to work with the feds very closely. I think the department needs to. I don't think the department is like dead set against this, but they're concerned about, they don't want to lose the right to inspections. I think that's something that's very important. I don't want the state to lose that inspection. So I think it's something we have to work very close with the feds with to accomplish this. And Representative Landry, I think that if we want to make it work, we can. And if we don't want to make it work, we can't. And I think your attitude is the right attitude.
Well, thank you. I hope we can make it work.
Are there any other questions for Senator Timberlake? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Senator, for introducing the bill.
Thank you all.
And now I'll turn to Nancy McBrady to introduce herself.
Good afternoon, everybody. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee. I am Nancy McBrady. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Agriculture, Food and Rural Resources in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry. I am here today to speak in opposition to LD 493, an act to allow custom slaughterhouses to produce cuts of meat to be sold commercially in the state. The department understands that despite the incredibly hard work of Maine's meat and poultry producers, slaughterhouses, and processors, significant supply chain constraints curtail processing times. We have heard of things being booked out to 2022, absolutely. More must be done to alleviate the bottlenecks that undermine Maine's meat and poultry processing businesses and livestock producers in order to build a more resilient local food system. We are all desirous of more flexibility for processors. However, LD 493 proposes that Maine violate the Federal Meat Inspection Act, which will result in the loss of Maine's meat and poultry inspection program. The changes sought by this bill are best aimed at the federal level rather than through state action that would make us non-compliant with federal law. LD 493 directly contravenes current federal law by allowing custom non-inspected meat to be sold commercially. Currently, custom slaughterhouses operate under the custom exemption of the Federal Meat Inspection Act. Custom operators are inspected once per year, whereas inspected operators are inspected daily. In exchange for less oversight, the meat produced by custom operators must be marked as not for sale and can only be used for the personal use of the animal's owner, family, and non-paying guests. This department oversees the Maine Meat and Poultry Inspection Program, also called MMPI. The MMPI program is responsible for providing daily inspection to 7 state inspected facilities and performs annual food safety inspections at 44 custom slaughterhouses and processors and 60 poultry operators. The 7 facilities inspected daily by the MMPI program represent half of the total inspected red meat slaughter capacity in the state and half of the inspected poultry capacity in the state. And MMPI also inspects the only certified organic poultry facility in the Northeast. In federal fiscal year 20, the state inspected facilities produced 1.5 million pounds of red meat and processed 33,000 poultry birds, an increase of 43% and 74% from the prior year, respectively. The MMPI program operates currently under 2 critical cooperative agreements with the USDA Food Safety Inspection Service. One allows Maine to operate a state meat inspection program, the MMPI. The second enables us to operate the Cooperative Interstate Shipment Program, whereby those state inspected facilities that join the CIS program can sell state inspected meat across state lines. To maintain these cooperative agreements, to maintain our MMPI program, that program must maintain compliance with federal law. Federal law currently expressly forbids the sale of custom exempt meat and poultry products. So if this LD were to pass, MMPI would no longer be compliant with federal law. We've attached to this testimony that you have today a letter from USDA FSIS indicating that the agency will begin withdrawing the cooperative agreements allowing MMPI if this law goes forward. As a result, state inspected processors would face the choice of either becoming USDA inspected operations, which would be subject to daily inspection, or revert to custom operations, or perhaps just leave entirely. Further, custom operators, because they would not have to be continually inspected, would be selling uninspected meat commercially within the state against federal law and raising serious health and food safety concerns. We recognize that this bill's intent is to allow more sales of local meat and to ensure a consistent local supply, and we share these goals. In 2020, as it's been mentioned already, we allocated a temporarily vacant position to the MMPI program so we could provide additional state inspection to alleviate the backlog. We also worked with the University of Maine, particular HACCP plans, and also utilized trained inspectors in our weights and measures program to provide temporary inspection at 3 of Maine's stellar custom facilities last summer to meet the increased demand for meat and poultry products during the pandemic. We have requested 2 additional MMPI positions in the governor's biennial budget, which you just discussed last hour, to expand the program to provide inspection to more custom facilities that wish to become inspected facilities. And last, we support ongoing efforts by the administration and the legislature to direct badly needed infrastructure investment into Maine's agricultural businesses. And I would mention here that the CARES Act funding, reimbursement funding grant that occurred in the end of 2020 by our department actually was able to provide about $1 million to Maine meat processors and slaughterhouses that qualified for that reimbursement. So we know there is demand out there for more investment opportunity. Turning now to federal help, we believe federal help is on the way. The Strengthening Local Processing Act was recently introduced into Congress and will significantly increase the federal share of costs for state inspection and CIS facilities. It would also authorize competitive grants to small and very small establishments, state inspected facilities, custom exempt facilities, and new small-scale slaughter facilities for COVID-19 response and recovery activities. And I know there's also language in there that's specific to training, which is very important. In sum, LD 493 will dismantle our current MMPI program. This is counterproductive, especially when increased staffing, federal support, and state investment in this arena is potentially on the horizon. The DACF strongly urges that this bill ought not to pass, and I'm certainly open to a discussion about how we can work collectively to figure out a solution to this longstanding problem. So thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer your questions now or at work session 2.
Are there any questions for Nancy? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is, let me see, Julianne Smith in favor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Julianne Smith, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Farm Bureau Association, the state's largest farmer-run advocacy organization. We've represented the voice of all agriculture in Maine for 70 years, and I am grateful to have the opportunity to serve as the voice of our farmers today. Last November, during our association's virtual annual meeting, a farmer brought forward a concern about the lack of processing facilities in Aroostook County and the severe negative impact it was having on her livestock and her farm. The farmer proposed that the idea that custom slaughter operations could be used to meet the demand for locally processed meat. That idea became a resolution that was affirmatively supported by Maine Farm Bureau's farmer members. Currently, custom slaughter operations primarily focus on the processing of wildlife and livestock for personal consumption, and many only operate seasonally. These facilities are inspected annually by the department. Several of these facilities are interested in expanding to include processing of livestock for commercial sale. However, lack of access to capital and a limited workforce leave most processors without any incentive to expand. We believe the department has the resources to immediately address the urgent need for livestock processing in Maine to meet consumer and farmer demands. This could be accomplished in a number of ways. The department could provide a 2-year provisional license so that processing facilities may simultaneously build facilities while increasing the number of animals they are capable of processing. This alleviates the huge burden of borrowing a lot of money upfront, but not having an established market and being assured that they could make payments on the borrowed money. The department could increase the number of inspectors by reappropriating unfilled positions within the department. The department could also allow a small number of animals to be processed without an inspector being present during processing, ideally just during this provisional licensing period, similar to the exemption for poultry. The department could prioritize livestock processing with agricultural development grants, and the department could work with cooperative extension or another organization to develop a permanent HACCP assistance program. As Senator Timberlake mentioned, it is very daunting and immediately puts off most of these processors from leveling up to the state inspected program. We urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 493 to prioritize the urgent needs expressed by Maine farmers to meet your increasing consumer demand. We understand there may be some language changes that are necessary in order to comply with the MMPI program, but the concept is necessary. This is an urgent problem. It's been an urgent problem for years, and there has been nothing done about it. I thank you for your time today and service to the people of Maine, including our farmers, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? All right, again, thank you. Next up is Barry Higgins, and just before he starts, I just want to remind everybody that there is a 3-minute time limit on testimony for the rest of our folks this afternoon that are listening out there. So with that, Mr. Higgins.
Yes, good afternoon. I'd like to address the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry meeting, and I'm actually a farmer from the town of Charleston, but I've had a state inspected slaughter and processing facility here on the farm since 2006. And I know this is a big problem for people that have to travel long distances.
I'm sorry, could you just introduce yourself, Mr. Higgins? I'm sorry about that.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep, just introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
All right, Barry Higgins from Charleston.
Thank you.
I have a slaughter and processing facility here on the farm. Am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Okay. And I've had I built a new facility in 2005 and moved in as an inspected facility in 2006. And I think it's been pretty well covered here what the problems are with this LD 493. I testified 2-3 years ago. I've lost track of time on when we had the food sovereignty bill, which had meat and milk at that time. Still have the same problems. I've got to agree with the Farm Bureau that there's going to be a problem with new slaughter facilities without some grant money or something to help them get started. It's very expensive to get going today. And I'm going to say back when I started it, I was here 3 years before I turned a profit, and maybe longer. I'm not sure I'm turning a profit today, but anyway, but I think it's a great idea. We're definitely short on processing facilities. I was up here personally at our facility. We was up 60% on beef slaughtering in 2020, and we was up 30% on pork. And the only reason I wasn't up more on pork was because I actually did all we could do. We was operating at probably 120-30% of our capacity. But as Julianne addressed, I think it's building the facility is only part of the problem. Then you come to your labor that you need and number of head that it takes to make these profitable. So we are competing with the supermarkets for meat cutters. I find kill floor people is the hardest to get, not a very glamorous job, and keep. So I believe that if you have a work session on it, see what you can come up with, I think it would work, but I would certainly be opposed to LD 493 as it's written. And I guess that's about all I've got to add to it, but thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Higgins? Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dill, and thank you, Mr. Higgins, for your testimony. I have just one question. Is your state inspector doing an adequate job for you?
Well, she's sitting right next to me, and I really don't dare to answer that question in public. Is that your daughter by any chance?
It might be.
Okay, just thought I'd quantify that. No, she's doing a very good job. You did a good job raising her.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Higgins? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Higgins. That's all I have for folks lined up to testify on the LD 493. Cheryl, do you have anyone else that I'm missing?
I do not.
All right, then I'll close the public hearing on LD 493, an act to allow custom slaughterhouses to produce cuts of meat to be sold commercially in the state. Open up LD 486, which is resolved directing the Bureau of Parks and Lands to convey certain land in Township 12, Range 13, WLS in exchange for other land in Township 11, Range 10, WLS. And to introduce that is Senator Farron. So if you could let him in. Oh, gee, he snuck in already. He's fast. Welcome, Senator Farron.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. I am Senator Brad Farron, and I have the honor of representing the people of Senate District 3, which includes most of Somerset County and the town of Rome in Kennebec County. I'm here before you today to present LD 486, which is a resolve, if amended, will place the Bureau of Parks and Lands in full control of the public lot now held in common and undivided ownership with Clayton Lake Woodland on Township 12, Range 13, WLS. Parts of Maine are considered public lots that fall under the ownership of the state of Maine. However, certain lots are held in common and undivided interest with private landowners. As I understand it, the majority owner currently makes the land management decisions. The bill and amendment before you specifically address one of the public lots that is located in Township 12, Range 12, WLS T12 R13. In regard to T12 R13 land, it is a private landowner making the management decisions rather than those decisions being made by the Bureau of Parks and Lands. While I have concerns over forcing private landowners to do certain things, I do believe we have a responsibility to our public lands. This legislation will give the state total control and decision-making as it relates to this particular public lot. I should note that I submitted this legislation at the request of a constituent, Mr. Doug Denico, who many of you know and will hear from today, and who can explain in greater detail the importance of this legislation. I thank you for consideration and would ask that you hold your questions for Mr. Denico, as I will defer to him as I mentioned before, I put this in as a constituent bill.
Thank you, Senator Farron. Senator Black, what do you have for questions for Senator Farron?
Well, do you even know where the location of this lot is?
So, Senator Black, you're breaking up. We're having technical difficulties. Yes, I do, and I will say this through this. I get educated quite a lot by talking to Doug Denico, as well as the director of the Bureau, figuring some things out, and I heard from some other folks. And I really think maybe this, where there might not be a distinctive resolution, that there is a chance to bring the Bureau and the landowner and everybody else together to have some conversations. So I would ask that the committee listen to that and see what we can do to maybe make a situation better.
All right, thank you for your testimony, Senator Farron.
Thank you, Senator Dill.
And we will move on to William Patterson from the department.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Bill Patterson. I'm the Deputy Director of the Maine Bureau of Parks and Lands. I'm speaking in opposition to LD 486 on behalf of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. This bill would require the Bureau to convey common and undivided interest in T12R13 wells in exchange for acreage in T11R10 wells. While the T11R10 parcel would be a welcome acquisition for the state of Maine, the landowner does not wish to trade or sell that land. The department relies on trust and good standing among timber landowners for a wide range of forest management and land acquisition activities. By contrast, LD 486 directs the department to resolve this particular common undivided interest through negotiation, and if necessary, requires legal action against the owner. This legislative directive runs counter to the willing seller, willing buyer approach that all landowners prefer. The department has a working relationship with the majority landowner, and we are not inclined to compel a private landowner to sell or trade land against their will. It is true, the Bureau's current minority ownership in T12R13 provides little value to the citizens of Maine in terms of recreational resources or timber revenue. The department believes that the best outcome is to sell the state's interest at the appraised value. As required by statute, the resulting proceeds will be held for purchase of other lands in the same county, in this case, a rustic. In fact, the department has ongoing discussions with the landowner's agent land vest regarding this matter. And the bill in front of us today is unnecessary and could be counterproductive to reaching an agreement with the landowner. The second problem with LD 486 is that it poses a significant financial burden on public lands and the citizens of Maine who enjoy them by requiring that property tax be paid on the resulting Bureau ownership. The Bureau now pays more than $250,000 a year to 16 different towns and plantations through revenue sharing, mostly from lease revenue. Per Title 36 MRSA 651, public lands are exempt from property taxes. Public lands management is entirely self-funded through timber management and lease fees, and the Bureau receives no tax dollars through the general fund. Adding a new mandate to pay property taxes is a harmful scenario that will significantly reduce the funds available to maintain the roads, campgrounds, trails, and other amenities that allow public access to some of the most cherished recreational destinations in the state of Maine. We suggest that the committee request the Attorney General's opinion on the constitutionality of this bill, as it is our understanding this would be an indirect method of providing funds to the general fund. For these reasons, the department opposes LD 486. We would, however, like to assure the committee that we will work hard to resolve the common and undivided interest in T12R13. We are optimistic of the prospect for the sale of this common undivided interest at fair market value, which will create an opportunity to acquire new land for the citizens of Maine. Now, I would be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Patterson? Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Patterson, for being here. I think I need to do that. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Could you explain? I've got my handy dandy DeLorme map out here, and I'm just wondering if you could explain to me where we are. I see T12R13. But I'm specifically interested in exactly what portion of that township are we looking at? Could you explain that to us, please? And also, conversely, where the proposed location of the which would be on map 62, I believe. Could you do that for us, please?
Sure. I don't have a map for you. It's about just shy of 5,000 acres total, so it's not the entire township. And we've taken a look at it, and it's doesn't contain recreational or other features of interest that we would like to acquire. So the possibility of just dividing it proportionally is not that attractive. The T11R10 parcel has been brought up in the past because it has some beautiful ponds and other features that public would enjoy. Nope, it's not been taken so far as to generate a specific map, but our understanding is the landowner is not willing to part with that area, and so we haven't pursued it any further.
I believe you said we're talking about roughly 5,000 acres in that realm.
That's correct. It's a little bit less than that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Patterson? All right. Thank you for your testimony, sir. Next up, I have two in favor. Doug Denico is next, followed by Vernon Labby. So with that, Mr. Denico, please unmute yourself, introduce yourself. We'll go from there. Can't hear you yet, Mr. Denico.
I'm not sure why he's not coming out.
Okay, let's see if we've got the same problem, Mr. Labby. Mr. Labby, can you hear me, and can you unmute yourself, introduce yourself?
Oh, there's somebody.
Mr. Labby's up next. We'll hopefully get Mr. Denico here in a short while. So would you introduce yourself, sir?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Vernon Labby, and I'm a resident of Fringeville. The last time I testified before this committee was when I was Deputy Director, and it was on the consolidation bill with Prentice and Carlisle. I've had a long career with the Bureau and the department, 44 years to be exact, a little bit over. Upon retirement, I was awarded a service contract to work on special projects, one of which was a consolidation of the remaining common undivided parcels. So consolidation of land is an arduous process, and it takes time to close the books on these parcels. The Scopan trade started in 1985, and it was consummated in 2018. So about 33 years. So most of the public probably unaware that the state of Maine has partial ownership on 9 parcels. In 1982, in his consolidation proposal, Governor Brennan stated, "As governor, I strongly believe that we shall best satisfy our constitutional trust responsibility to the public by consolidating the public reserve lands. It's long been a policy of the Bureau to consolidate scattered public lots."
Well, I just unmuted myself.
A more unified and manageable land base. The Bureau has come a long way in its efforts to consolidate the scattered public lots. And what's key is it was always in partnership with private landowners. The remaining common undivided parcels, and this is another key, are the result of previous consolidation efforts which were not fully consummated. Most private landowners have transitioned from common undivided ownership to 100% fee ownership. I believe that Prentice and Carlisle is no longer a minority owner in T12R13. It is now time for the Bureau to do the same. There's some key points that I would like you to consider as you deliberate this bill. One of them, as the minority owner, the Bureau and actually the citizens of the state of Maine have no say in how their land is managed. The policies and the management objectives of the Bureau do not apply to these state lands. So this bill is to start, re-kick the process, really. The southwest corner of T11R10 was identified by the Bureau in the 1980s as a strong candidate for consolidation. It has a lot of value for the public. It was actually referred to as the Little Debully. The Debully unit is one of the Bureau's, one of the state's jewels, and it was highlighted in the Bureau's video, Untold Secret. In 2017, I initiated discussion with Clayton Lake Woodlands Holdings regarding a possible consolidation of T12R13 and T11R10. This led to a brief discussion of other land parcels as potential options. For a variety of reasons, the consolidation discussions were put on hold.
Can you summarize in 2 or 3 sentences, Mr. Labby? Can you summarize here in the next 2 or 3 minutes? Could you summarize in the next 2 or 3
right there.
sentences? Okay.
Yep, this is the summary right here. The last project I was working on was formulating options for consolidating all the remaining common undivided parcels. The minority interest in T12R13 in partnership with the landowners holding other minority interests could be the impetus for a new public land unit or the expansion of existing units, or to provide funding to purchase minority interests and, importantly, to acquire public access to existing units. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Labby. Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Labby, what would be, do you know what the minority share would be of those lots? State.
For 1213?
Yeah.
1213 is about 24% of the entire township. So that's every tree, every little bit in that township.
Thank you.
Which equates to just under 5,000 acres.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir. Next is Doug Danico.
Can you hear me this time around?
I can.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee. My name is Doug Denico, and I'm here to testify on LD 486. If amended, which will need to be, this bill will start the final process to consolidate the public lots. The state share of Township 12, Range 13, is the largest concentration of public lot acreage remaining under private control. This amounts to about 24% of the township, of about 5,000 acres. Please note on the back of this testimony, your testimony from me, there's two maps. One is they're both location maps showing you where these townships are and how they fit into the state. The ownership of this public lot acreage is not in dispute. In the mid-1970s, the state of Supreme Court decided in favor of the state of Maine having complete ownership of the public lots. The issue surrounding the public lot in Township 1213 is due to it being held in common and undivided ownership, with a majority owner of the township, in this case being Clayton Lake Woodlands. In this type of ownership structure, the majority owner of this township makes the decisions on how the public lot acreage is managed on things like the location, type, and amount of harvesting, which I know have been very dear to this committee in the past. Four ways that come to mind that can address the state's interest in the common undivided acreage in this town. One, continue negotiations on consolidation, which has a very poor track record so far. Second, a procedure involving the County Superior Court, which requires the Bureau of Parks and Lands to petition for the division of the state share of T12R13. Third, an outright purchase of the state share of 1213 by Clayton Lake Woodlands, with the revenue being set aside for the Bureau to purchase additional public forest land. And four, the Bureau could withhold any permission for harvesting on 1213, which could force the issue to a conclusion. This was played up on me when I was running public lands by a person I won't mention. In the interest of having movement on this issue take place, either the court supervised process or the outright sale appear most reliable. That seems to be what the public lands is focusing on as outright sale. If nothing else, I hope by bringing the situation to the attention of the committee, the people of Maine will gain their rightful control over 5,000 acres of forest land and have it join the other 600,000 acres of public lands on the Bureau control. After all, you know, hundreds of thousands of acres have been gone through one of these processes or another. And I don't know why all of a sudden at the very end of this process, a landowner is so reluctant to make sure the people of Maine have what is theirs. I brought up concepts and glimpses into the past history, perhaps unfamiliar to the committee. At this time, I would be pleased to answer any questions. I greatly appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denico. Are there any questions? Senator Black, did I see your hand?
Yes, you did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Doug, for being here. It's been a long time since we've heard from you. The department, as you've kind of mentioned, seems to be totally against this bill, but you feel it's good for the people of Maine. Can you kind of give me a why you think the department doesn't want to do this, and you think it's a explain it a little more. I guess I'm a little confused of the differences of they want to sell it, you want to control it and cut the wood off it. And could you just elaborate a little bit on that? Why the difference?
Well, I can't speak for the department, but we do seem to have a commonality in perhaps offering this 5,000 acres to Clayton Lake Woodlands with the revenue, after the value is established, then Clayton Lake Woodlands buys it, the money reverts into the public lands kitty, and they use that to buy another piece of ground somewhere in Aroostook County. We seem to have commonality between the department and me on that issue. We started out with over 400,000 acres of this this public lot acreage. Some of it was common and divided, some was laid out in the ground. But we have gone through the process time and time again successfully and get to the point where the Bureau now has 400,000 acres of public lands, with a lot of that being coming from the public lots themselves. So I'm reluctant to fathom the reluctance of the Bureau. I do agree that I would be wholeheartedly support selling that acreage to Clayton Lake and then have the Department Bureau find another patch of ground up there that would be good for the public. But bottom line, the people of Maine should get control of what they own. It's just not right the way it is now.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Denico? Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Good afternoon, Mr. Denico. Nice to hear from you again. I'm wondering, I think I heard the department say, the Bureau say something about an unwilling seller or unwilling participant in this. What is your view on that? Do you think the parties are unwilling to work with each other? And explain how, if they are, how we'd get around that, if you would. Thank you.
Well, there's been a great length of time that there's been discussions about resolving the issue in this township, and they have not borne fruit. So in my mind, I think another approach needs to come about. And the one that seems to be in favor is selling that land to Clayton Lake Woodlands, taking the money and going somewhere in the county. There's all kinds of land for sale. I'm sure the Bureau could find what it would like, hopefully near another public lot, and resolve this issue that way. You know, being what I am, kind of an argumentative type, I don't mind going to the state process. I have led that process before in my private life, and it was done very successfully. And it's very fair, and there's many options in that process to opt out or change the direction. But again, to get this concluded, I would opt right now just to go with the sale and then purchase.
Senator Dill, follow up.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Denico. What you've had your pulse, your finger on the pulse of this industry and this whole situation for a long time. From that insight, do you think that the company would be willing to negotiate and purchase this, or are they interested in it?
Well, I'll put it this way. Clayton Lake Woodlands has been on a huge land acquisition program for years. I think the last one is only like less than 2 years ago, and I'm talking about hundreds and hundreds of thousands of acres. So they are very interested in acquiring land. So I can only imagine that in this township, where they've got this mixture of common undivided ownerships, they would like to clean it up. You know, that's an assumption, but the way they've been buying land, they seem to like to own it. And Vern Labby said, you know, they've already bought out a minority interest on this town. So why not clean up the state? And if they want to buy it, let's go that way and get done with it.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the information.
Are there other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Denico, for your testimony. The next three, the next three I have is Eugene Mahar, Jeffrey Reardon, and Patrick Strout. So with that, Mr. Mahar, if you'd introduce yourself, please, and tell us where you're from.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Agricultural Conservation. Oh, sorry. I'll start again. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Agriculture, Conservation, Forestry Committee. My name is Eugene Mahar. I am a licensed professional forester in Maine and a resident of Herman and the Timberland Region Manager for LandVest. I am speaking to you today in opposition of LD 486. I have 20+ years experience in the forest industry in my current role as Timberland Region Manager for LandVest. I represent and have management responsibilities for over 1.25 million acres of forest lands in the state of Maine, covering a wide range of ownership sizes and management objectives, including Clayton Lake Woodlands Holdings, the subject of this resolve. I find this bill extremely unnecessarily and ultimately could do harm in our discussions with the Bureau. As you consider LD 486, I ask you to please keep the following points in mind. This resolve was introduced without consent or consideration of the landowner in question. It also appears that the Bureau of Parks and Land were in the dark and not consulted on this resolve. It essentially takes a shotgun wedding approach by forcing both parties to come to the table to negotiate terms that may not be equitable or desirable to either party. The untangling of common and undivided interest can be complicated and time-consuming. It's not simply the exchange of acres and deeds. It's a complex process that can include multiple property appraisals, valuations, timber inventories to establish fair market value, not to mention the prospects of survey work to establish new property bounds, all of which can be costly to both parties. I recognize the introduction of LD 486 was well intended, and our client desires the same outcome, the consolidation of common and undivided interest. As it has been mentioned, Clayton Lake Woodlands Holding has been a minority holder in other townships and have been working with other landowners through the course of their ownership to consolidate and clean up common and undivided interests. However, the shotgun wedding approach of forcing our client and others to the table, it's bad policy. Why not allow free-willed negotiations based on the principles of willing buyer, willing seller to continue? It's worrisome to our client, and it's also potentially worrisome for other landowners who share common undivided interests with the Bureau of Parks and Land. Will they also be forced into negotiations? I thank you for your consideration and respectfully ask you to vote ought not to pass on LD 486.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Maha? All right. Again, thank you for your testimony. Next is Jeff Reardon.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Jeff Reardon. I'm testifying this afternoon on behalf of Trout Unlimited, national conservation organization whose mission is to conserve, protect, and restore North America's trout and salmon in their watersheds. I work for Trout Unlimited. TU has 6 chapters and more than 2,000 members in Maine. For the last 20 years, we've worked closely with the Bureau of Public Lands to protect and in some cases acquire lands and waters that provide important habitat for trout and salmon and recreational opportunities for anglers and other land users. TU opposes LD 486 for 3 reasons. First, the bill doesn't specify exactly what land rights the state will give up and what land rights the state will acquire. I think I understand that better after some of the testimony this afternoon, and I'll speak to that a little bit at the end of my testimony. Based on the bill language and conversations with BPL staff, we believe the state owns a partial common undivided interest in all or most of T12 R13, and the bill's intended to direct BPL to transfer that interest for fee simple ownership of approximately, I said 6,000, I guess it's 5,000 acres in T11 R10, or maybe equivalent acreage in T12 R13 as the bill's drafted. We don't oppose a land swap that would allow the state and another landowner to resolve a common undivided interest and consolidate fee simple ownership for both parties. But for the legislature to improve the transaction, you should know exactly what the state's giving up and exactly what we're getting in return. The bill doesn't even specify which of the 2 townships where the state may receive the land. Second, before you approve such a transaction, you should have an assessment of the value of the land rights, both in terms of appraised value for timber, water, development, and other rights, and also in terms of their value as resources to the state for habitat, recreation, and ecological value. And you don't have that here, at least not yet. Third, we believe land transfers between BPL and private parties should occur on a willing buyer, willing seller basis. Our understanding from BPL is that's not the case here. And we just, I think, heard from the landowner. The bill's not being presented at the request of BPL or the request of the landowner, and you shouldn't consider this until you've got both parties on board. We do think there may be a fair exchange of lands to be made here, And frankly, looking at the brook trout resource values, I'm with the bill sponsor. Particularly if the piece of T10 R11 you got was the southern part that's got 3 brook trout ponds in it. We think that might be a really good trade, but there's some issues that would need to be resolved before that would make sense for you to go forward with. My hope is that the parties can work this out, but I'm not sure the legislature being used to force their hands is the right way to go here. And we would ask you to not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Reardon? All right, seeing none, the last one I have on my list to testify on this bill is Patrick Strout.
Well, thank you, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm Patrick Strout, the Executive Director of the Maine Forest Products Council. And I'd start by saying that the council actually has honored both Vern Labby and Doug Denico and holds them in high regard, but we're going to respectfully disagree about the approach that's being proposed. And I'm speaking on behalf of our 8.5 million acre membership that's opposed to LD 486. The bill is aggressive, and it suggests that a landowner should be forced into a land transaction that may be against their will. The standard for use of transactions, and we can look towards the LMF program where over 1 million acres of land has been collaboratively conserved with easements or fee acquisitions as part of the state program and part of the Land for Maine's Future program as the model that we like to use under the principles we've heard mentioned, a willing seller and a willing buyer. We think this is good policy and should be the standard in resolving common and undivided ownerships within BPL lands as well. And we're all going to be talking about the bond for Lands for Maine's Future, so we think this is an important point. The Bureau of Public Lands always has the right to go through the petition process and petition for divisions to separate common and undivided interests at any time. So really the law is not needed if that rather drastic process is required. We think more creative outcomes are available with a collaborative approach to resolving these kinds of issues. We can see indications of that by both the Bureau of Public Lands and the particular landowner involved. And it's for these reasons the members are opposed to LD 486, and we urge you not to support its passage and encourage the discussions to go on independent of the legislative involvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Strout? All right, seeing none, I have no one else on my list to testify. Is that correct, Cheryl?
That is correct.
Thank you. Then I will close the hearing on LD 486, resolve directing the Bureau of Parks and Land to convey certain lands in Township 12, Range 13, WLS in exchange for other lands in Township 11, Range 10, WLS. And we'll open the work session on LD 561, which is a resolve to improve standards for animal rescue entities. And Representative Stearns is our go-to person on this one. And there he is.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill.
Welcome.
Are we ready to rock and roll?
Rock and roll, sir.
All right. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm Paul Stearns, and I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County, and I present to you LD 561, which seeks to set standards designed to provide a positive, safe experience for both animals and customers of animal rescue shelters in Maine. I submit this legislation at the request of a constituent. It's my understanding that currently there are no staff to dog ratios in place to ensure that each animal has the proper daily care and attention. A single person could have an unlimited amount of dogs on hand. It was also brought to my attention that a dog might be sold, go to a household and exhibit vicious behavior, only to be returned to the shelter and resold, in some cases multiple times with the same results. If this is indeed the case, then it would seem to me that some tighter rules in both of these areas would be in order. I'll do my best to answer any questions, but I can assure you that the constituent that brought this to my attention, Charles Schaefer, I believe is in the queue to give testimony following me.
Great. Are there any questions for Representative Stearns?
That's just the right amount for me.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Next is Liam Hughes from the department, followed by Charles Schaefer, Catherine Soverell, and Katie Lisnick. So with that, we'll turn over to Liam. Would you introduce yourself again, sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Liam Hughes. I'm the Director of Animal Welfare for the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the committee, I'm Liam Hughes, the Director of Animal Welfare. I'm here to speak neither for nor against LD 561, resolved to improve standards for animal rescue entities. LD 561 proposes that the department adopt rules that set standards for animal rescue entities, including but not limited to rescue dog operations that specify staff to animal ratios. These standards are sometimes known as capacity for care standards. The bill would also require the department to create a system to track animal adoption returns. These concepts are well-intentioned but extremely complicated and may prove too ambitious to accomplish in a fair, consistent manner that would apply to all licensed facilities. Additionally, the animal welfare program currently has an inspection form that all shelters must pass to operate. The capacity for care concept has been discussed nationally for a few years now. The animal welfare program has also discussed how to incorporate this theory into our practices for all the facilities that we regulate. However, several important factors are recognized when trying to take into account a theory like capacity for care and put into practice among the 545 main facilities that animal welfare regulates. This standard would be applied to all facilities, including animal shelters, animal rescues, pet stores, breeding kennels, boarding kennels, and research facilities. There's no one easily applied capacity for care formula because these facilities operate in diverse ways and they have different objectives and missions. To determine the appropriate capacity for care, factors such as housing, workflow, length of stay, sanitation, plus other tests like spaying and neutering, medical treatments, and animal behavior assessments need to be established in each facility. No two animal facilities operate precisely alike due to the variations in construction, mission, geography, population served, services offered, making this a very complex issue that needs a lot of work and discussion to develop standards that can be appropriately regulated and enforced. Most of the current research models currently being studied only applies to traditional brick and mortar animal shelters, not rescues or other animal types of facilities. Next, adoption returns are not clearly defined legally or within the animal sheltering world. At most animal shelters, it's loosely defined as an animal who has been intake into the shelter previously, but that only extends that particular animal shelter and its knowledge and experience with that animal. With 141 animal shelters and animal rescues across state, all whom utilize different software or internal paperwork, animal information does not extend beyond the adopter that takes the animal home. And there could be many reasons why that adoption didn't work out, such as adopting individuals' expectations not matching the reality of the situation with potential unexpected costs, medical or behavior issues, or many other scenarios. With the current high demand for pets and the multiple ways to acquire them from within Maine or out-of-state shelters, rescues, breeders, or pet stores, it will be challenging to track every individual animal adoption or sale throughout an animal's lifespan. It's important to note that it is already ruled that adoption of any animal with aggression issues that poses a risk to public safety or cannot be safely managed through behavioral training programs is prohibited. Thank you for your time. I would be happy to answer any of your questions now or at the work session.
Are there any questions? Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dill, and thank you, Mr. Hughes, for being here. Just a quick question. Am I reading kind of between the lines that would you have staff enough to do something like this if this was implemented, or would it require more staffing from your department to follow up on this stuff?
We could always use more staffing, but this,
right,
for some of this would require a database that does not exist. It would
Okay.
require a lot of effort and a heavy lift to make some of this happen. And there's no guarantee that if we were able to make it happen, it would even work in the first place. So we have been discussing this for a while, of the capacity for care, but trying to make that fit for all facilities to make sure everybody's playing on the same level playing field. Therein lies the real challenge.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Hughes? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Charles Schaefer, and I believe he's on the telephone. Can you hear me, Mr. Schaefer? We can't hear you, Mr. Schaefer, yet. It appears you're now muted from my screen. It looks like you're muted. It appears now you're unmuted. But we can't hear you.
I'll see what I can do.
All right, we'll go on and we'll bring him back here in a minute. So I'll move on to Catherine Soverall.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Soverall, and I'm Executive Director of the Maine Veterinary Medical Association. Chairman Dill, Chairman O'Neill, and members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, the MVMA would like to support, testify in support of LD 561. I've submitted written testimony that lays out, and I'll actually read part of it, some of the reasons that some of the things that should be considered when in regulating rescue entities. In recent years, the number of animal rescue entities has proliferated. The interstate transport of puppies and dogs for adoption is not federally regulated. The American Veterinary Medical Association says the following about the industry. The best programs screen puppies and dogs at their origin for infectious diseases and aggressive behavior, vaccinations, treatment, and prevention for parasitic infestations, and medical treatment for other infectious conditions are provided before dogs and puppies are allowed to travel. Good programs do not transport dogs that pose a risk of carrying infectious diseases to the destination facility. Those that pose a public health risk because of aggressive or zoonotic disease, or those whose welfare will be likely to suffer during the process, like those that are heavily pregnant, injured, arthritic, or have nervous dispositions. Well-run programs also reclaim animals for rehoming if the original placement does not succeed, and will work with adopters if infectious diseases or behavioral problems become apparent soon after relocation. Originating shelters can benefit from an increase in their live release rate, reducing the number of dogs that have been euthanized locally due to overpopulation. This can also free up resources to facilitate improved care for the dogs left behind in the shelter and allow more spay and neuter outreach to the community to assist in addressing the community's overpopulation of dogs. So we think that that gives a sort of an overview of some of the many things to consider. And speaking to Director Hughes's testimony, we would also like to add that given the complexity of this situation, we believe that Maine's Animal Welfare Advisory Committee is particularly well suited to advise the department on the creation of regulations and standards for animal rescue entities. Unfortunately, this group has not met, I believe, since 2019, but we think that that group would be very useful in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I will try Mr. Schaefer again. Mr. Schaefer, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. So we'll give it a shot here.
Sounds good.
So Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agricultural Conservation and Forestry Committee. My name is Charles Schaefer. I reside in Quebec. I'm testifying today in support of LD 561, a resolve to improve standards for animal rescue entities. Maine has some of the strictest requirements in the nation regarding the spaying and neutering of cats and dogs. These requirements have resulted in a dramatic decrease in the feral dog and cat population. Maine also has strict regulations of pet stores and animal breeders and laws that prohibit the sale of aggressive or dangerous animals, all with the intent of providing humane treatment of all types of animals, as well as provide for the safety of Maine citizens. However, an unintended consequence of these regulations is that it has created a dearth of animals that are available for adoption by Maine residents. To fill this gap, Maine has become a haven for rescues and shelters that scoop up feral animals from the streets and shelters of mostly southern states in order to sell them to Maine residents. Oddly enough, even though Maine has strict requirements for actual pet stores and farming enterprises, these shelters operate with minimal oversight and regulation by state or local government. One example is an operation that is currently located in Quebec. This business moved to Maine from Texas, where it would take dogs from the local animal shelters in San Antonio and Fort Worth and market them to customers across several states. The business moved to Maine, and particularly to Quebec, because there is no zoning in town, and they would be able to transform a small grooming business into a larger operation. They continued to acquire dogs from Texas as well as expanded to include dogs from the meat markets of China and now Afghanistan. There can be more than 100 dogs and cats at any one time at the shelter currently, and these animals are taken care of by one person. They are transported to the business directly from Texas or wherever, and often do not follow any type of quarantine or separation of newly arrived animals from the current animals that are already here. In order to secure a license to operate a rescue or shelter, the operator has only to provide access to food, water, and shelter. There are no minimum size requirements for the facility, no requirements for space, no requirements that aggressive animals be segregated from the others, no requirement that the actual dog area be separate from any area of human habitation, and no requirement of any staff to animal ratio. Think about it. There are ratios for many types of direct services, medical staff to patients, teachers to students, daycare workers to children, and etc. There are often limits on minimum square footage needed to adequately provide for the health and safety of a given population. But call something a rescue, tug at some heartstrings, and the rules go out the window. Until there's a problem. The humane agents employed by the state that oversee these operations have considerable discretion in enforcing any type of regulation and often do not take any action until there is some type of a crisis. The news is full of these types of incidents around the country. This shelter also often takes pregnant dogs from the Texas shelters in order to have puppies to sell, in direct violation of Maine's rules that regulate pet stores, again with no consequences. It is not required that the operator of a rescue shelter have any education, experience, or training before going into business. All you need is a shingle. There's no industry standard, and of course, it is a very lucrative business. You get dogs free and sell them. ACOs, animal welfare, and town officials have a lot of discretion in deciding whether to pursue actions against shelters and rescues because there are no uniform standards for practice.
Can you finish up in a couple
Regarding
sentences,
aggressive,
sir?
What's that?
I said, would you please finish up in 2 or 3 sentences?
Sure. Regarding aggressive animals, Maine has strict requirements regarding the sale of aggressive dogs. That does not happen in this case. We know of a situation where at least one animal was sold 5 times last year, returned for aggression, including a time when the veterinarian recommended euthanizing the dog because it was so aggressive. It was simply marketed out again. So there's really no standard for that. I'd be happy to provide further information or answer any questions if the committee needs any, and be available for a future work session.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Again, thank you for your testimony. Next is Katie Lisnick.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee.
My name is Katie Lisnick, and I am the Executive Director of the Greater Androscoggin Humane Society, which is an animal shelter located in Lewiston. And I'm also here today representing the board of the Maine Federation of Humane Societies as a current board member. We are presenting testimony neither for nor against LD 561 on behalf of the Maine Federation of Humane Societies, and that organization is a collaborative statewide network of humane organizations which work to support animal welfare groups, promote the adoption of homeless animals and responsible pet ownership, and to help end pet overpopulation and animal cruelty through education, outreach, and advocacy. We provide resources and opportunities, training, and networking to shelters and rescues all throughout the state of Maine. Now, Maine law currently includes abundance of rules governing animal welfare in Chapter 701, and governing the sale of dogs and cats and the importation of dogs and cats for resale or adoption, which is Chapter 216, and that has been noted thus far today in your testimony. These cover things such as animal health requirements, housing standards, disease control, record keeping, and much more, providing guidance for not just animal shelters and rescues, but also kennels, breeding kennels, pet shops, and other animal care entities. We believe that these rule chapters should frequently be reviewed and updated, but direct rulemaking at this time may be premature. Successful reform can be achieved when all stakeholders come to the table to discuss concerns and find meaningful solutions together. We do certainly agree that there are some entities who are not abiding by Maine's laws and regulations, and we want to see that addressed. But many Maine shelters, including my own, work very hard to abide by all of the standards and all of the regulations that the state has put forth so that we are providing humane, wonderful care for the animals that need us, as well as safe and wonderful, healthy animals to our community members who love them. We recommend that a stakeholder group conduct such an evaluation and recommend language best aimed at elevating sheltering and rescue operations throughout the state. And we stand here ready to participate in that and would love to be a part of that conversation. I will also second what the director from the MVMA noted. The Animal Welfare Advisory Council is a governing body or an advisory body that can be utilized to help make regulations and stakeholder feedback available and processed to the government, to the department. Unfortunately, AWAC has not been filled for many years, going back to 2019. There are people waiting to be put into positions and seats on the advisory council. I am one of them. I have submitted my application to be the animal shelter seat for that governing body, and we would love to be able to get that started again per the governor's ability to make those recommendations. We certainly understand that she is busy and has a lot on her plate, but this entity would be able to help address these situations and provide some direct feedback and stakeholder engagement on issues such as this. So that being said, I am happy to answer any questions, would be happy to be available at the work session as needed, and thank you for your time and attention on this matter.
Thank you. Representative Schofield.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you for being here, ma'am. I appreciate it. In your capacity, do you think, let me back up. I'm not sure if you heard the testimony from the previous speaker, but apparently, if those things that he alleges are true, they're very, very discomforting to hear. Do you know if there is a self-policing or a self-regulatory group that you folks represent? Do you do any of that? And what are your thoughts on that?
We aren't necessarily a self-policing organization, although we are available to help any person, group, nonprofit, anyone who wants to learn the sheltering ropes and to abide by Maine regulations. We are here to support them. They just need to reach out, and we, if we have their contact information, we very often will call and try to do a little bit of mentorship as well. So that is there. There are countless organizations nationally that provide guidance on capacity for care issues, dog assessments for dangerous dog and aggression. The resources are out there, and Maine Fed is very, very willing and happy to work with any organization in the state that would like that support.
And if I could just follow up, Senator.
Sure.
Do you, I'm assuming you might have heard the testimony of the fellow who's just before you.
Mhm.
Do you think that that sort of situation that he described is prevalent, or is it the rare among many? Could you talk about that, please?
It certainly feels like a rare instance. However, I will note he's very correct in that our good job of spaying and neutering animals up here has led to a shortage. And there are, I think, unfortunately, trends of us starting to see more well-intentioned perhaps, or not so well-intentioned breeding happening, animals being brought up in manners that are not by Maine regulations and are not anything that we as an animal shelter or an organization would do. So I think it is ripe. The demand for dogs and cats right now here in Maine can open up some windows for things that aren't kosher. But I don't think it's an incredible number yet, but I think it's something to be aware of.
Thank you so much for your help. Appreciate it.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Liznick? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And before I go to the last person to testify, I believe Mr. Schaefer, you're still out as an attendee. I'm not sure that you submitted written testimony, but if you have it, could you please submit that to our clerk so she can forward that to us so we all have your testimony? And thank you for doing that. Next on our list is Stacy Ober.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Dill, Chair O'Neill, and members of the committee. My name is Stacy Ober. I am the advocate for the American Kennel Club here in New England. American Kennel Club is a 125-year-old not-for-profit animal welfare organization, and we are recognized and trusted as the expert in canine health, breeding, training, and responsible dog ownership. I want to just acknowledge that we represent more than 5,000 dog clubs nationally, including 31 in Maine. Together, our clubs have raised over $59 million for canine health research projects, benefiting all dogs. And the AKC inspects thousands of kennels every year to ensure the safety and welfare of AKC registered dogs. I did reach out to the bill sponsor, who shared with me the concern about this rescue organization with over 50 dogs and the inability to provide adequate care, and where a vicious dog was sold or returned 3 or 4 times. I'm here today to acknowledge that we support the intent of the bill and to offer 2 alternatives. First, I want to just acknowledge that AKC supports enforcement of the state's animal cruelty laws. I did look at the authority of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, and it appears as though the authority is there to regulate a situation such as this and to enforce the animal cruelty law. I'm not confident in terms of whether they have the resources to do that when a person is unable or unwilling to provide adequate care, shelter, space, and humane conditions. I have submitted written testimony today to highlight again the issue of animal hoarding disorder, which Mr. Hughes described during the testimony on LD 103 before this committee when he spoke to man-made disasters. And it's relevant to this bill because individuals with animal hoarding disorder can be classified into 3 subtypes, one being the mission-driven rescuer, the other the overwhelmed caregiver, and the exploiter. And I just want to bring it to the committee's attention because animal hoarding disorder is a relatively new mental health diagnosis, officially recognized in the American Psychiatric Association's manual. 3 states have moved forward to issue proclamations to increase public awareness of this mental illness so that proper intervention can be taken when a case is suspected. I want to note that the Maine Dog Clubs alerted me that when I testified on LD 103, there was a letter submitted to you all afterwards, and it mischaracterized AKC's connection with the New Hampshire animal hoarding disorder defendant that I cited in that testimony. The American Kennel Club has and had no business relationship or affiliation with the New Hampshire defendant that I cited in the testimony. And thankfully, the New Hampshire court did order psychological treatment as part of this defendant's sentence. What's most disturbing is that data shows that without properly treating the unique psychological symptoms of this condition, 100% of animal hoarders will repeat their behavior of animal neglect and cruelty. So I just wanted to acknowledge that it may be beneficial to issue a proclamation like the other states to raise awareness, and also to note that in California, with regard to rehoming a vicious dog over and over again, in 2018, they adopted language that would require shelters and rescues to provide that history to any family that was looking to adopt a dog, so that they would be fully aware of the dog's history, bite history, before taking it home, and you wouldn't have that cyclical situation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Ober? Seeing none. With that, Cheryl, is that the last one? I have no one else on my list.
That's the last one.
All right, thank you, and thank you all for your testimonies today. And with that, I will turn it back to, first I will close the work. Now, what is it? Public hearing on LD 561, resolve to improve standards for animal rescue entities. And I will turn back to Karen, who promises she's only got about 5 minutes worth of information for us. Promises.
Okay, if there are no questions, it will be 5 minutes. So I have 5 fiscal note reviews to go over. So these are bills that you've already voted, and I requested fiscal notes on committee amendments and I received them. So I need to run them by you. And I did send you an email. So I don't know if any of you saw that and had an opportunity to look at them. I can share my screen if you want me to. But I'm going to start with LD 30, which is the resolve authorizing the Bureau of Parks and Lands to convey a parcel of land in Augusta to Maine Veterans Homes. So the committee amended that just to say that, you know, the Parks and Land should give notice of the proposed conveyance. And it's sort of a condition that the conveyance will not take place until a public hearing is held. So there is a fiscal note required. The current biennium revenue increase to other special revenue funds and minor cost increase to the general fund. So the detail and notes say that conveying 8.9 acres of non-reserve public land in Augusta to Maine Veterans Homes would result in an increase in other special revenue funds revenue to the non-reserve land acquisition fund. So the amount of revenue received will not be known until an appraisal is completed. So there's no dollar amount. And then on the second piece of the general fund, any additional costs to complete an appraisal of the conveyance is anticipated to be minor and can be absorbed within existing budgeted sources. Are there any questions? Going once. The next one is LD 36, which amended the definition of timber harvesting. This was a unanimous committee report. It added an emergency preamble and clause, and then it basically made sure that the definition did not include trees that are reclaimed from like salvaging logs from old river drives or bark from bark piles. So the fiscal note on this committee amendment, I guess there is one required. Minor cost increase to the general fund, also minor cost increase to other special revenue funds. So the detail says any additional costs to the department as a result of changes to the definition of timber harvesting and reporting requirements for timber harvesting operations are anticipated to be minor and can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. But there is a fiscal note required for some reason. Any questions? I don't. The next one is LD 65. So this was actually, it's a unanimous report of it was a straight ought to pass, but I did a fiscal note only request. So it's going to be ought to pass as amended because there is a fiscal note required. So it says no net fiscal impact to other special revenue funds. So this bill, this is an act to invest in the stewardship and management of properties acquired with proceeds from LMF funds or the Public Access to Main Waters Fund. So allowing portions of LMF program bond funds to be used to fund capital investments in the stewardship and management of properties acquired with funding from LMF funds or the Public Access to Main Waters Fund may change the ratio of expenditure within the programs, but will not change the overall level of expenditures from these funds, but it still triggers a fiscal note. Any questions? The next one is LD 90. So this is an act to amend the removal process applicable to the position of state supervisor, the Forest Protection Unit of the Bureau of Forestry. Again, it was a unanimous, ought to pass as amended report. You've seen the language. A fiscal note is required, even though there's no net cost for personnel changes. So why is there a fiscal note? So if the chief forest ranger is not reappointed, he or she has the right to be restored to the position from which the chief was promoted, or to a position equivalent in salary grade, without impairment of personnel status or the loss of seniority, retirement, or other rights to which uninterrupted service in the previous position would have entitled them. In the event a chief is not reappointed and there are no vacant positions equivalent to the position held prior to the promotion of chief, the department would need to demote or lay off another employee to make a position available for the former chief. Assuming the employee demoted or laid off is at the same salary level as the returning former chief was prior to promotion to chief. So there would be no net increase in the cost to the department from this bill, but a fiscal note is required. I don't know, I'm just the messenger. And the last one is LD 204. This is the interest rate for state loans under the Potato Marketing Improvement Fund. So that, again, it's a unanimous ought to pass as amended report. So a fiscal note is required because there would be a reduction in interest earnings. So changing the interest rate on loans made through the Potato Marketing Improvement Fund from a fixed rate of 5% to the federal prime rate at the time of the loan closing up to a maximum of 5% will reduce the amount of interest paid on the loan and deposited into the fund for future use. So the reduction in interest earnings will depend on the number of loans issued at an interest rate that is lower than the current 5%. So that's why there's a fiscal note. That's it.
Are there any questions for Analyst Neto? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Committee. Anything from you, Cheryl?
Nope, all set.
Can I have a motion to adjourn? From
Motion to adjourn.
Representative Landry and seconded by Representative Osha. Thank you all. In favor? Opposed? We are gone. See you next week or maybe over the next couple days. Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye.